Roll call first.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Sorry.
We may as well.
All right, Dr. Chase?
Here.
Ms. Duku is absent, Ms. Guy is on her way, Ms. Halsted?
Here.
Ms. Healy? Here. Ms. Dedegan is on her way, Ms. Randall?
Here.
Ms. Sigmund?
Here.
And Dr. Warner?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Great. Dr. Chase.
Sure, motion to approve the agenda with a couple of amendments. The first, that we remove the Commonwealth Governor's School discussion and the high school redistricting discussion, and that we add a discussion about the superintendent's profile.
Second.
All in favor?
I just want to ask a question.
Sure.
Why are we removing the high school redistricting? Just,
Yep. Like, I haven't had an opportunity to meet with Mr. White yet. There isn't really anything that's particularly new, and this agenda is pretty hefty.
I think there's also another plan being devised.
there's a couple plans.
Right, so-
And then when you meet, there may be a third one.
Right,
But
right.
it's- I think the sooner we can get that out to the public
Sure.
for information, the better, but we don't need, when are we going to be meeting next to discuss it?
September. End of September, and then that's
2
in
weeks.
advance of the last two redistricting meetings.
Would you consider leaving it on if there's time, if we get through everything else?
If we want to push it to after the closed session,
Yeah,
sure.
I mean,
Yep.
unlikely, but
Right.
So we don't have the new scenarios available yet, so we're not gonna have those as part of
There's
this
no
discussion.
new
if-
information
yeah.
available, so.
well, but at least we could say that they're being developed and, you know,
Okay.
there may be more. I just want to make sure that information that we have is shared with the public as soon as possible and not waiting a couple more weeks, because in 2 weeks, we're gonna have the meeting at Stafford, right?
So-
No,
Do
we'll
we-
have our meeting first, and then there'll be the meeting at Stafford. We'll meet
That's
again
the first
more
week in
more time.
October though, correct?
Yes.
So,
we'll
that's
have-
right, it changed.
Right, we'll have our
It was in
meeting-
September.
Yeah, we'll have our meeting in September, then it'll be Stafford.
Do we have to approve scenarios to be released to the public, or do they just become?
No, we just
We
It's
don't
all,
have to
it's all
wait.
discussion.
I mean,
Yeah,
we go
they're
ahead
not
and post
approved.
we can share out this Friday, post on the website if we want.
Right. I mean, I'm not really in a position to discuss this because I haven't had the opportunity to sit down.
Honestly, what we've discussed for the last 2 minutes is all the new information we have.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
the reason that I'm asking is that this is a surprise to me that it's been taken off if there's nothing, you know, it's one thing if the superintendent says there's nothing,
Right.
you know, available to put on, but I don't wanna just take it off because we have a heavy agenda and it's not important enough to, you know, to leave on. So if the reason is that there's nothing new to share,
Right.
is that the case, Mr. Fulmer?
Correct, we're finalizing.
Then I'm okay
Okay,
with it.
perfect. Okay.
Okay, and Missy, I also want to say, Governor's School, we're going to push to October or November?
I think November.
November.
We're trying to push it to when we have a new superintendent.
Okay,
really.
so we'll table it indefinitely for the time being, but pencil it in for November as a reminder, and we'll reevaluate then. Okay, so all in favor of the agenda as amended?
Aye.
Okay, so Dr. Schutz, strategic plan, annual update.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all so much for allowing some time for me to give you a brief update on the progress towards our strategic plan. Just a quick reminder, the way that we are approaching a strategic plan here in Stafford Schools is using a responsive approach. So rather than just devise a document, put it on a shelf and measure our progress, we're trying to not only measure our progress, but look at the actual tactics to see what we might need to revise or make any kinds of adjustments as we move towards the year, or move along the years towards our 5-year completion. So we just completed year 2. We are currently, this current school year is year 3. So you're going to see progress here on year 2. Just quickly, what we've identified through the first 2 years as needed to make some operational improvement. One is to identify one lead department for each tactic. So your companion document, that spreadsheet, you will see now one department has been identified as the lead, as opposed to sometimes we had identified more than one. This just facilitates communication and clarity of exactly where we are, and looking at any tactics that we still have identified it as a 0 to move forward into year 3. Just really quickly here, when we have these 4 different categories that are comprised in the strategic plan, we have goals. These are really our big ideas. These are the big things that we want to accomplish by the end of year 5. We've then operationalized them through objectives. That's going to be how we've defined how these goals will be accomplished. How will we measure these? How will they become attained? Strategies. These are our specific approaches. These are going to be looking at the methods that we're going to be employing to achieve those objectives and ultimately goals. And then finally, the tactics. These are the specific activities, and that's why there are so many of them, 164 to be exact, across our goals, so that we can really get into those minute areas, so that we can really look into seeing how we are ultimately moving towards progress in all of those 4 big goal areas. Quick review of our methodology. It has not changed from year 1, so that we can be consistent with our methods. We've asked for each of our department heads to identify a metric, basically on a 0, 1, 2, 3, so a 4-point scale, to identify where each of those tactics lands by the end of each of the years of our 5-year plan. So a 0 would be that we are still in the initial planning stage for implementation. A 1, activities are in the preliminary stages, or we've already identified that we need to refine activities. A 2 would denote that activities are well underway, and a 3, activities are complete, or they're going to be ongoing, but we don't see any additional changes that need to be made to any of the methodology. So you'll see little M's on the charts, and that just stands for mean, which is my statistics word for average. We've identified a calculated mean or average for each of the objectives. So this chart is really helpful because this gives us a global overview of where exactly we were from year 1 and now where we ended in year 2 for each of our 4 goals. So these are an average of all of the tactics that are associated with each of the goals. Remember, we've got those objectives, then the strategies, and then those individual tactics. So you can see here that we have made progress in each of our 4 goals. Getting a little bit deeper, goal 1, ensuring meaningful outcome for every student post-secondary. So we've got 5 objectives here. What you're going to notice when you look through is that we have initially identified our objectives as under a 1.0, and they have all moved over a 1.0 as we've completed year 2. Second goal, supporting high expectations for academic performance and expanding opportunities for all of our students, every student. We've had identified 5 objectives associated with that goal. And again, we're going to see that our objectives in year 1 hovered around the 1.0 mark, some were slightly under, and all of them by the end of year 2 have moved out of that initial implementation stage, and activities are close to being well underway or over that 2.0 mark. Goal 3, ensuring every student, staff, and family member receives a safe, engaging, and welcoming environment in our schools. We have 6 objectives here, and we have made progress on each of them between year 1 and year 2. And finally, our 4th goal, supporting and investing in all of our staff. We have identified 5 objectives associated with that goal, and you can see here between year 1 and year 2, we have indicated that we've made our measurable progress. Okay, so takeaway here. When we've looked at our progress on those specific tactics in year 2, we have identified 9 tactics that have been rated as 3, indicating that our activities are complete or that they will be ongoing, but we won't need any additional refinement or changes. These are related to our school climate surveys that we have implemented and validated and demonstrated reliability. We have used our demographic data for projected enrollment. We have implemented our emergency response app, our Raptor Alert, in our buildings. We've fully mapped out our high school course offerings, and we've successfully convened town halls as well as other differentiated communication tools for all of our stakeholder groups, students, staff, community, parents, etc. So in summary, I know that was a lot. We do have the companion document to give you the individual progress, and of course, we're available at email at any time if you have any additional questions. But we do use our responsive plan. We've looked at our progress towards our different tactics, towards making demonstrable achievement ultimately towards our goals. We've identified some areas that we want to refine going forward. Thank you so very much for your time. Questions? I'm happy to answer.
Questions?
Piggyback just a little bit, so just a reminder, we're only at the year 2 mark, and so we haven't even hit that halfway point of our strategic plan. So with talking to Dr. Schutz, one of the things that we're keying is in year 3, so about we've crossed over that midway point, probably a more extensive report on our strategic plan, and kind of diving down into a little bit more of the tactics, whether they haven't started or haven't gained as much traction as we wanted, or the ones that are complete, and more of kind of like a halfway report, not just to the school board, but to the whole community about how we're doing on the strategic plan. But we're still kind of kicking off the strategic plan. We're just finished that year 2. And as Dr. Schutz mentioned, some of the tactics we need to take a look at a little bit deeper and decide whether do we still think they're attainable, given the current conditions.
Okay,
This looks great, a lot of data.
Yeah.
I would be happy to have some time to sit with it, and then maybe at the retreat, we can discuss it more, or something like that, would be my inclination.
Melissa, could you put that on the list for the retreat?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Maya?
I think this is really good and it makes sense for me, so that means you really simplified it very well. But I'm just curious, just because I love learning how you guys do things, if you came up with any barriers that made this difficult and was that put anywhere, you know?
I'm assuming you mean barriers. Well, actually, could you tell me a little more about your question so I can?
Well, just like, you know, with
Barriers to it.
To doing
To
it,
just
or
doing the actual
even-
report or actually making
Not-
progress on the plan?
Yes, making progress on your objectives.
Well, obviously, one of the biggest progresses or impediments would be funding, right? And you all are familiar, I think, with that. There are many tactics
I
that we
wanted that
simply.
said.
Oh, well, thank you for teeing that up. But it is true, right? When we look at some of these tactics, what we realize is we just need the funds, or the personnel, which obviously requires funds. So that would be a barrier, yes, ma'am.
I just asked, are you linking some of these things to budgetary items that you need? So like we were unable, so that when we get this report at the midway point, can we get some financial linkage to it? So that when we go across the street, we can tell the Board of Supervisors, well, we haven't met this goal, but here's the impediments to that from a budget standpoint.
Mr. Fulmer and I have talked about specifically identifying those that are very critically linked to adequate funding, so we can
Okay,
prepare
good,
that for you
because
for
I mean,
sure.
I'm not expected in this, I can't wait to go over the data, but I would like to see something like that at the midway point.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, is that we don't know if things haven't started yet because it's not time for them to start, versus we wish we could have started a year ago and we just haven't been able to for funding. So those are kind of important things as far as the barrier question and the funding question.
But we did something for you to look when you're going through that companion document. We have a column for notes. So each of when all of those tactics were, I know that was something that came up last year, so we made sure to implement that this year so that we can give an indication or a little bit more information about why we assigned a specific metric to each of those tactics, just to help answer some questions that you might have along those lines.
So, I mean, my question was Maya's as well, just in general, talking about like what are the challenges that we're facing in actually being able to fully get to our threes. But the second, I don't know if it's a follow-up question to that, I mean, it's not funding related, expectation of academic performance and expanding opportunities for every student. So the challenges there would be a moving goalpost on state required, like what's our challenge there? Because every time we look at these, our test scores or wherever, but that is 100% gonna impact. I mean, our expectations can be as high as they want. If people are moving around, then we're gonna look like we're never meeting that expectation ever. So what is that challenge and how do we accommodate or I don't know what the word is, but like how do we make room to adjust for these changing, you know?
I think if you.
I wanna call them, well, moving the goalposts, but I wanna call them like, I feel like we're, I don't wanna use a football term, but the only one I have is like, I feel
Well, I
like.
will say one
We
of
could be doing
the,
great and then the state drops the ball or whatever, or they change, I don't know what the
Metric.
sports analogy
one of the
is,
night,
but.
our plan is very detailed. It's very detailed. Lots of tactics. So what's
Right.
really nice about that is it will allow us to accommodate accomplishments in some areas that are not dependent on the state making making some different adjustments in how accreditation is calculated or how a test score is a pass or a fail, those kinds of things that are out of our control.
Right.
We do have tactics that are associated with academic performance certainly and how we compare to not only our region but Northern Virginia. So we have different ways that we've allowed ourselves to identify progress towards the overall goal, which you just identified so clearly. It's broad for a reason, right? So that we have ways that we can carve out those specific little measurable steps that hopefully at the end of 5 years, we either continue that goal or we refine the goal so that we don't expect necessarily all of these goals will be accomplished in 5 years,
Well, right. I mean,
They're
clearly.
probably gonna appear in the next iteration of the plan, we would assume.
Right.
So by having those little minute tactics that are associated with the strategies, the objectives, we'll be able to pivot and make those changes to accommodate things that, as you mentioned, are out of our control.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my biggest concern too, just in like when you're reading something that we're making, that adjustment for everyone to kind of get the full picture, because on paper, it could look like it's us, but if we were hitting one target and they moved it, and we only got one shot on this one and 60 on this, right? So I just wanna make sure that we understand, and by we, me, but also the community, it's a big deal to kind of tie those things in, because I do think that also impacts our ability to ask for funding as well. So, that was the only thing I had, and I agree with Dr. Chase, like, processing it and putting it into like, it's a lot. I love the tactics, because nobody ever does tactics, they just do goals and objectives, and then they pat themselves on the back for that. So the fact that we have actual tactics makes me a little giddy. I'm sorry, did I say giddy? Giddy, that's the word I meant. That's good. I like that word. Yeah, it makes me giddy, I'm just saying.
It's a fun word to say.
Thank you. Did you have anything, Trish? I'm sorry. Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Can I ask one question? I'm sorry.
She decided she didn't want you to go so fast.
There was one part in here about like the social emotional, and I don't see anything in our tactics or notes that has anything to do with JED, or did I miss it?
We didn't specifically mention JED
Okay.
per se.
Okay.
But we do have tactics about the social.
About that, yes, I saw those, but I didn't see that, so I didn't know.
Well, if you remember the
It was
time
being
that
utilized.
this plan was.
Prior to.
It was prior to, and plus.
But I didn't know it was seated in the notes or something, but that's okay.
Okay.
I was just
Well,
curious.
and that just goes to say, like, she mentioned that there may need to be some refinement over time.
Yeah.
So we may need to go back and, you know, refine those tactics to kind of better reflect what we're doing and how we're implementing things.
Okay, thank you.
One quick question. So I appreciate that you've assigned a certain department to be responsible for each thing. What is the communication between departments, oversight?
So there is a column that we have the primary department, right, which is basically, that's your primary point of contact. But then there's a column that we could call it like the supporting cast, which most of our tactics require
Yeah.
right, interdepartment communication.
I haven't plowed through it that much, and I can't see it because I'm blind in one eye, so give me a break.
So we collaborate in the same way we would really in many of our other activities, right? We've got,
Okay.
whether they're in person meetings or digital, yeah, we work together to make sure we get
Perfect.
those activities done.
Thank you.
And this is really helpful too, because if we have questions in the future, it kind of lets us hone in on who to actually ask, instead of me bothering the same three people that I bother constantly, and they're like, let me call someone else. So this is great. That's fun.
Okay.
No,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, FY '26 CIP and 3R priorities.
Darn it.
It kind of feels like you just
We're
passed
not
FY
even
25.
25, we're like not even in 25 yet, and we're talking.
Jeez Louise.
Okay, great, well, thank you, everybody. We do have a brief slide presentation, which most of these slides will probably look familiar to you, so I'll go through them quickly, and then I'd like to spend most of the balance of our time actually looking at the priority lists, which are just behind the presentation in the booklet there. So, but just to make sure we're all on the same page again, we'll talk through real quickly the key changes from last year, some of the elementary school cost changes we've seen through middle school and Rising Star. We'll talk a little bit about some transportation projects, and then we'll also talk a little bit about some of the critical systems and the elementary projects that are in the out years. So just again, to recap from where we were last year, these are again the proposed changes that staff has brought to the CIP. Alvin Bandy and North Stafford buildings have been moved outside of the 10-year window, or were outside of the 10-year window, and so we've removed those, acknowledging of course that they're still out there at some point. The high school only bus access roads, we were proposing to work with the county on road improvements around some of our busier sites, and we've already started some of that activity. We removed the indoor activities and aquatic center because there didn't seem to be any traction on that. The public day school, we combined that with the Rising Star Melchers project, which was kind of a reiteration of something we had previously looked at, and that seemed to be the best way for us to continue moving that forward in a timely fashion. Of course, the Stafford Plaza bus drive parking, that project came off because it's now part of Elementary 18. Of course, we updated the construction costs, and then we incorporated that critical systems list of projects that we had separated out last year and integrated it into a large major CIP list, and that was at the request of the Board of Supervisors, to have one total list on there. So you'll see that that list has grown, but is now comprehensive of what was previously 3 lists. And then the paving projects, which had been separated out before, were moved back into the 3R category. So let's talk about the elementary school cost updates. Of course, we've had 2 recent bids with elementary bids 18 and 19. 19 just came in on Thursday of last week, just shy of 44 million, about 2 million less than 18, so that was good news for us. And we talked about this a little bit before, but we are seeing that we believe some of our cost-effective designs and processes that we've put in place are really having an impact. But we also think that there's some changes in the industry going on. So that's good news for us. At least for now, we're in a really great spot on both of those projects. We're looking to have about $20 million in savings between the 2. So I don't want us to get too quick to spend that money just anywhere else because those are active projects and construction has issues. But that $20 million is exclusive of some contingency funds we still have set aside in those projects. So we feel pretty comfortable with that right now. And then we did, based on those low bids that we had gotten in, we did go ahead and reflect through some of those market trends into our CIP, which we had talked about last time we met. So you'll see that reflected through into some of the pricing that we'll talk through in just a minute. Drew Middle School, this was one that was very directly affected by some of those cost estimates, or those cost bids those bids that we just got in. We did go ahead and adjust the cost estimate of Drew back down slightly from where we were a month or so ago. You'll remember we were at about 96 million last year on the approved CIP. When we met with you all about a month ago, based on market data and everything, we were looking at that may balloon up to about 115 to 120. We're currently sitting right around 105 is what our best estimate is as of this morning. So this is fresh, hot off the presses, if you will. Just trying to get to those better numbers based on what we were seeing from the elementary bids. And if you look between the 96 and 105, there's about $9 million in there, right? That's pretty much at this point the cost of the land and the off-site improvements that are required to make the sites that the board was aware of that we've discussed to make those sites work. That's pretty much that $9 million increase, which was more or less a direct change from last year's CIP to this year. So we are still designing it for 1,100 students, about 160,000 square foot, so that's about 13,000 more than what we had projected last year total. But still with the costs we're looking at right now, we feel pretty comfortable that our overall design and construction costs will stay in line with what we were anticipating last year. I will just again note that we've updated the escalation and inflation costs, but it's a very dynamic market right now, and so I just again want to throw that out there as some caution, right? We have some contingency funds in this as well, but there's a lot of moving parts and pieces that are affecting our numbers right now.
So I want to kind of touch on that a little bit because with 18 and 19 on the elementary schools, we use that VDOE data, that comparable cost estimates that other schools or other school divisions were building elementary schools at, and we came well below that. And you know, as Jason mentioned, that's a little bit maybe the trend of construction coming down, but some of these bids were like a month or 2 ago, so we're not that far off of when they were bidding. So it's not all related to the construction market right now. It is because of how we're designing our schools, and I said this last time, but I want to give Jason and his team a lot of credit there, because we're not building big curved walls that are going to mark up the price, right? So we're keeping those prices down, but these Drew Middle School estimates are assuming we're going to come in under market again, just like we did for 18 and 19. So I'm just like some warning out there of we're assuming that we're going to have some of those savings, because when we build or when we design our Drew Middle School, and that same middle school might be a more of a prototype that we can use for middle school 9 in the future. We're going to take that same approach of, you know, best school are the ones that get built. We're not going to try to do anything flashy, and we're going to have straight walls. We're not going to have curved walls and minimize and glass, and we'll maximize kind of safety protocols in the building. So I just wanna point that out, that we're kind of assuming that we're gonna come in, because we would still be in that 115 to 120 million with a $20 million increase in the budget if we truly went with what market data said, but we believe, just like with 18 and 19, that we'll come in under that.
That's
And we,
interesting.
honestly, we did for high school,
Can I ask,
some too.
what did you say that the total square footage of Drew was gonna be? And what is the square footage of our current largest middle school?
160,000 is the projected square footage, or at least right now, what we've shown. I'll have to get back to you on the current, just if you want to take a quick look and see. Quick look at that.
Well, can I ask really quickly then, can you explain, just to make it make sense in my head, the off-site utility improvements to new school sites, what does that mean?
So that's the cost to bring water, sewer, and road improvements to
All right.
the enabling cost for the site.
So our estimate last year was based on the Rising Star site, which obviously is a much different site. We didn't have to pay for the land, and it already has water and sewer at the property. We would still have to do some road improvements even at Rising Star, but not to the extent of the water, sewer, and road improvements at potential sites we're looking at now.
Our largest middle school is Gale at 148,221 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And because we brought up the new design and square footage, that's not finalized, obviously, and we already actually have plans to come back to the board to get some input as early as next month.
October.
Yeah, so as we plan that forward, to start to get some feedback as we kick off that design process.
Right.
Do we have one curve? No? Okay.
So just to go back, I think because we held the first CIP meetings or whatever it was, and they were not largely well attended, but I think it's important to note that, to your point, the efficiencies in building aren't taking away from the educational experience, right? Like, I feel like it's a good deal of money, and I just feel like people should understand we're not cutting corners, we're not trying to make, so it's a good point.
Well, like the glass walls,
Right,
I mean,
but I'm
glass
just
walls
saying, they
end up with teachers putting
stuff all over them so they
all
can't
over
see them,
them,
right?
so
And it's
that
more
it's
not
expensive,
visual.
but
So-
but I feel like
It's,
families should know that, like the
Right.
community should know that, that's part of the efficiency piece there, is that
That was not a
we're
good
approaching
prototype.
this from a more reasonable perspective, and I don't know, I feel like we just need to make the community aware that that's how we're able to do these things. It's not that we're shorting or cheating or doing whatever, it's that we're looking to build you a school that isn't like fiscally irresponsible, essentially.
Right, we
We're
haven't
also trying to
shorted.
maximize, I think, function and durability
Right,
over the long term.
correct.
Because that's really more of a priority, especially as we're facing such
and
growth
being able to
crunches.
build multiple schools.
At once,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have not sacrificed quality of construction.
yeah.
Ms. Healy?
The combination of Rising Star and the day school, I understand why we're doing this, but I think we might be prudent to break out the cost of Rising Star without the day school, because the day school is legally the responsibility of the Board of Supervisors. And if it becomes an issue of funding, I think our priority needs to be to build the Rising Star and let the supervisors provide for the day school.
Sure, and actually, that's the next project to talk about, and that's a great question. It gets a little tricky in how we do that because we would have some shared space, but we could take a look and try to see if there's a way to give a percentage or a weight,
Just do like a slash?
to each, right, yeah.
Well, I think
50
what
each or
we
whatever.
have to do is just say, this is what it would cost for Rising Star, and this is what it would cost for Rising Star with the day school. I'm not suggesting that we not do the
Understand.
day school,
Mhm.
but if it becomes an issue and there's limited funding, then I think the supervisors need to, be responsible for the day school.
Mhm. No, understood, yep, okay.
Well then, I'm sorry, since you brought that up, thinking maybe I should say to the chair, I think you should have a conversation with the Board of Supervisors chair, because several of their members have expressed to me they want the day school to be at the new Drew. So, which I explained to them, watch the meetings, we're not there, or,
So I have
what's
reached
going on,
out
but-
to the supervisor that's assigned to the day school committee, just to have some conversations and
Which is,
I believe it's Monica Gary, at least I hope so, because I reached out to her. I haven't heard back from her yet, either that she is or she isn't. She hasn't pointed me in another direction, but certainly with her or with Supervisor Baumke as well, but yeah.
we're not on the same page is what I'm trying to express.
Yeah, what's the
Yeah.
rationale?
That is
Do
happening
you
They
know?
want us to be.
Because
be
they're
our
together now.
responsibility.
I guess, yeah, like,
But
it's
they're
together.
together
It's
now
just-
because there was room at Drew, there was no,
Yeah.
you know, definitive basis for putting it there, other than there was, you know, the basement at Drew was available.
Wasn't- right.
And so that was converted into the day school space,
Can
and
the
it
old-
became convenient. And it's also more centrally located right off of the
One.
interstate, so I think as a service to the, you know, the students that are going to be there, we need to certainly consider the location and
Mhm.
how, you know, inconvenient it may be for some
Let's
if
put
it's
it
in
on
a
the next
particular.
meeting.
Yeah.
I think your points
Corner
make
of the
sense, and getting
county.
us on the same page is probably easy. I'm just saying,
We're
we
not.
should come together, or there needs to be some type of communication that makes it very clear that all 7 of them get, and I'm sure, you know, we could be on the same page.
Can the day school stay at Drew when we open the new Drew?
Yeah, that's our plan now for as long as we have that,
Right.
the existing Drew. So
Right.
the problem that will arise is if we get funding for the North or Rising Star replacement, which may or may not include the day school, and it needs to go on that Drew site, and we need to tear down the old Drew. Where does it go in that interim?
So that's a question that we still have to work through as we get a little bit closer. Right now, we don't know that there's a conflict in the timing, because at the time, right now, on the day school, the county's, Rising Star, the county has it projected for FY '30. We were previously at 28. So now we have moved to meet that 30 deadline as well, to align with them, which is one of the, I guess, synergies now between our plan and.
Which will be a problem if we open in 28 Drew, because we're gonna need to start, if we have that opportunity, we'll need to start operating on that site.
And
we
again, with
reduce
a
the-
reminder that Rising Star is like being put together with needle and thread and super glue as well.
Tape and bail
So,
wire.
so we're saying 2030, but I think that our expectations, and not ours, because we know, but expectations over there, that we are on very thin ice with that building as
Yeah.
well. And so that cannot be understated for me enough, that that building at any moment could go just like the others.
Right.
And so I think, I don't want us to lose that because someone said 2030 instead of 2028. That would be, I think that would be very detrimental to us.
Right,
But
yeah.
we could be looking for some temporary type space for Rising Star if the need becomes
Well, I don't know
necessity.
where we would get.
Well, and
Well,
it's,
well-
Right.
it brings up a great
Especially
point though
with
that
the
we've
bathrooms.
talked about
Well,
internally.
that's
as-
the difference, right?
As a staff, is that Hartwood has previously by the county been projected in 2032. We're asking for that to be done in 2028.
Yeah, that's
Mostly
what it is.
because of the seat issues from
Mhm.
Mr. White's projections. But that also gives us a, if you will, an option, a backup option, should we need to
Oh, as a
place the
building.
students
Oh,
temporarily.
I
Hartwood
see.
Elementary,
Yeah,
old Hartwood.
Yeah.
Right.
The only
Right.
problem is it is not central at all.
No.
Correct.
I mean, it
It's
is not
No.
great in terms of, we already have problems with getting kids to
Melcher
Head
Center.
Start to
Sure.
Melcher Center on time, and if you push it all the way out to Hartwood, it will take
Sure.
forever, so.
Absolutely.
And-
Clarify
well, and honestly, I would
It just
explore,
makes me feel
I
worse.
would explore leaving Hartwood open and using it as a potential permanent third site for early childhood so that we don't have the transportation issues
Right.
we have now with early
Well,
childhood.
that would certainly
Although
help
we
too.
have made a
But could-
commitment to get away from the well and
Yeah,
septic.
yep.
Yeah, I will say,
But if you're not
pre-K
putting 500
kids,
kids.
the impact of a pre-K kids on at Hartwood compared to 600 plus another 50 adult staff that are at Hartwood now is a lot different.
So what
Right
is
now.
the number for Rising Star, what's the
like
student
200.
and staff number?
Because you're saying planned additional seats, so whatever we currently have, add 144
That's the,
seats.
correct, and Matt's gonna pull up
I
the
think
the
it's-
I'm gonna
current.
say it's
I think
around
it's-
240
While we're
that we
waiting.
currently have.
I thought
Would it
was
not
like
be an
300,
issue to
somewhere around there.
have Rising to move or to place a early childhood at Hartwood because of the bathrooms?
We've looked at that and we would, it wouldn't be long-term, we couldn't do that without some sort of renovation there. But a smaller version of Rising Star out there longer term would be be acceptable.
You
If
could
do
just
that-
use your K-1 bathroom, classrooms that have bathrooms access
Right.
now,
Right.
and use that for
And then,
early
and
childhood.
And that would still alleviate the burden on the Rising Star building, is that what you're talking about in the interim, or for those 2 years?
That, yes, so again, and
Either or.
just threading back through the conversation, how we got here was, what if Rising Star went down, right?
Right.
And
If it doesn't
God
go
forbid.
down, it's not an issue.
Right, God
Right.
forbid it does, right? But that is part of the reason in our logic why, again, we want to push for Heartwood to be done earlier. Again, the primary reason, regardless of Rising Star, is the seats
Yeah,
that are needed.
And how fast that development
But
goes.
Heartwood would
Correct.
also, if the new Heartwood opened in 2028, the old Heartwood also becomes an option for day school while you're rebuilding. You need to tear down the old Drew and rebuild day school.
It's not ideal, but it's workable.
So,
Bridge
gives
the
us
gap.
flexibility.
We need to get some
And
estimates
it's a
on the-
better
what the
solution than trying to
renovation
set up a
costs
trailer
required
campus, which
even
would
for
really be our
temporary.
only
Depending
other
on-
option.
Depending on the number of
Because then
students you're
you
putting there, the
have to
renovation is
Well,
smaller.
you couldn't do it for
It's
the
how much
elementary
you want to
school kids.
expand the
It
current.
was not insubstantial to renovate Drew for the day school.
So we would,
The
we
day
would-
school would
You're
be
saying it
harder
was
to
not
move
substantial?
It
into
was
Oh.
not
Heartwood than
insubstantial
the
means
early
it was
childhood.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear the
Because
not
it's-
insubstantial.
It's already set up for.
Double
well,
negatives.
well, the
Yeah.
needs
I
know, I
are
was like,
so
what
big,
did you say?
right.
so the other question I had was, you said something about if we are building Rising Star / Heather Empfield new construction on the Drew site, would we be able to do it while leaving Drew open if we had to, so that we wouldn't have to disturb or relocate the day school?
It's
Because we
certainly
talked about
possible.
doing that
We have to
with
do it
Drew
soon.
as a rebuild.
It's certainly possible, right? And building on the fields next to it, if you will.
Right, because they
Um,
won't have the demand for the fields.
But we would do an analysis that would include,
Okay.
the logistic, the pros, cons of moving the school somewhere else so that we could demo and rebuild in that exact location, if you
And the
will.
traffic, the construction.
Well, the
and
safety
road.
safety would be my concern with that population, right? With
Yeah,
all
and that's my
construction.
concern now, is if you
Well,
build
it's
on
right
that
on
current
one,
field
too.
space,
Yeah.
you are very
Yeah.
close to Route 1 now versus right now. The little bit that Drew does sit back,
Right.
it does give you some space, and then all your parking and everything is generated now, kind of where the current building is. Doesn't mean you can't do it,
Right.
it might not be ideal.
I just am trying to
Just
mitigate
look at the
any
site
impact to
Sure.
the day school students.
But that would be the
Absolutely.
same consideration if we were gonna rebuild Rising Star on Rising Star, putting those kids, you'd still have to do a ton of work to be able to.
No matter which scenario we end up with, we're going to have some type of interim, setup situation where either Drew is operating temporarily just as the day school, or Rising Stars, perhaps, looking at, in every situation, there's gonna be some logistical challenges, but that's just part of what we'll deal with. And I think, Mr. Townsend did have those numbers.
Yep, so total capacity that we're showing for Rising Stars, that just includes Head Start, Early Head Start, VPI, and Early Childhood Special Ed. We have a total seat of 474.
Right now.
Yep, and that includes, the AM, PM students, so
Okay.
multiple students in the same seat throughout the day.
So
Can I ask,
if it were
is-
all day, it would be half that number approximately.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's
So-
what.
So we're talking about Rising Star replacement and day school. If for some reason, like if we needed to keep the day school open, is it possible to build both of those on the Rising Star campus in the back where we were considering rebuilding Drew? Because essentially we have access to both
Right.
land sites as to which one we rebuild. And also, in this day school, additional seats, are we considering what grade levels are we considering?
So it's, correct me if I'm wrong, from the preliminary analysis we did, but it's all,
It's K-12?
yes.
Okay, that'd be much better, because we don't have a
For day
6
school.
days.
'Cause I-
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't have a
Yep.
middle
We don't have a
school.
middle school, so would that then remove, in
Staff.
theory, out of Stafford as well?
Correct.
Into
Oh,
this
correct.
facility?
And 2 additional classrooms for the high school.
For
So
the high
Stafford
school.
High School has 2
Some
classrooms
growth.
now,
Right.
it'd be 4 for the high school
Okay.
and an additional
And what would you
5.
have for middle school?
We have 4 Heather Enfield currently classrooms being used.
But that's for elementary,
That's
right?
I'm not-
Heather Enfield is,
Right.
okay.
And then it's an additional 5
But nothing
As part of
for
this
6 to 8, nothing for middle school, so you have,
It would include elementary and middle.
It depends on, ultimately, the total classrooms we're bumping up from the 4 to the additional 5. So we're doubling the amount of capacity there, and then is it doubling on the high school
It's
as well?
doubling the high school as well.
so we
So-
could decide to reappropriate that
Yeah.
for middle school if
Correct.
we needed to.
Right,
Sure.
right.
But
And this is
that's even more important a reason to have this be a reasonable transportation place,
Right.
location.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because it's the
If
only
we're
one.
going to, not only take
Have.
the ones we have now, which are coming from all over the county, but then increasing it, significantly.
So that is
Offering more
correct,
for
because
in-county
regardless of where
residents.
we place it, we want it to be central. I will say, by bringing some of those students back in, it actually eliminates some of the transportation concerns now, because those students that we're transporting now
Right.
are going farther
Out of
away.
county.
Out of the county.
Oh, way
Out of
far.
county,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So we're overall, still, it's something we want to take into account, because we don't want to place it in Stafford and be in an inconvenient location, but from where we're at right now, it would still be an improvement.
100%.
I just want to clarify that the counts that we're talking about
Okay.
are classrooms that hold students, not the, like the pull-out de-escalation room and all that, but just where
The
students are.
sensory room.
Okay.
the-
Correct.
Right.
Those are in addition.
Okay.
And those are still, you're
We're retaining those,
including
I think we're even,
that, increasing it so different age groups can
Yeah.
benefit from those spaces as
Exactly.
well.
So if we have 474 students now in the Rising Star, is that correct? Did I
Yeah,
get that
half in the
right?
morning, half
So
in the
we have,
afternoon.
but it's still a number of students for
Yep.
capacity, and then we're gonna increase it by 144. That puts us very close to where we are with the, the restriction on how many capacity persons, and I know this is persons, it doesn't matter if they're little people or big people or in between people at Hartwood, so it's just something to think
But-
about.
But from a student per day, it's still half of that number, because they're coming for half the day
I
they
don't know
leave.
how
Our-
I don't know how they count that, if we have X number of students
Are you-
No,
are you-
enrolled there.
So right
'Cause it
now
would
it's.
Are you just
one
referring to
person
the
all
capacity
day.
for the
Yeah.
well and
Hartwood,
septic?
yes,
Yes.
yes, that's what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
because
so it would still be
that's-
considerably
that's
less
a-
than Hartwood is now.
well,
Because
Because
they're
those
only half
student
day,
numbers are
like
half.
half the day, they're
Correct.
only using the toilet.
It doesn't
Yes.
matter
It
whether
doesn't-
it's
but
one
they might
student
still
there all
count
day
it.
or two students there half day, it's still the same.
It's
We
still
don't
one person
count
there
that
for
student
8
as a
hours.
full day.
It's
is
like
that
a
how
four-person
they, is that how it's
versus-
calculated?
Right.
Because
So-
it's,
I'm just
it's
curious.
based, it's
Yeah.
based on the amount of water flow that's going through our septic system is what our restriction is, so.
And quite
one
frankly, a lot
student-
of our day school, or our Rising Star kids, are not using the toilet as
Well,
frequently as.
we said,
Or kids,
I mean,
'cause
when,
they're
when we were looking at
not
this
there.
earlier, we tried to say, well, these are little kids using it, and you shouldn't count them the same as, you know, a big kid or an adult, and they said, doesn't matter,
That's
you
right,
know,
yeah,
it's
so.
per person.
So Department of Health, a person's a person, but to Chris's point, if they're only there for half a day and then there's another student there for half a day,
So
those two students would count as
halves equal a
one.
whole.
Divide by two.
Essentially.
And
Okay.
because our permit for our septic drain field system there is based on the gallons flushed
Right.
per day, basic, or per month or something, so that would not increase or even stay the same, that would go down because the total amount of students there, whether it's half day or all day, is still less.
Right, I just remember we had this discussion, it could be
Yeah.
years ago.
No, it's a great-
And it
yeah,
was a number
great
of
question.
persons, which didn't
Right.
make any sense to me, because we could have 600 high schoolers versus 600
Yeah.
preschoolers, and it would still be, you know, from the county perspective, it was the same limit, but that's good to know, thank you.
So, moving on to transportation, again, we talked about this, but looking at taking those bus access roads off and working with the county on making some transportation improvements around the school. We added those centralized bus parking lots at Colonial Forge and Mountain View, and then we still have the northern, if you will, joint fleet facilities.
Are you getting
Focused on
any
there.
kind of feedback on these? And we talked about it with the 3-on-3, but are you getting any kind of feedback about the centralized bus parking to try to get the property next to Forge and Mountain View?
We have discussed it and brought it up to the county.
Okay.
But it has not been, right now, it's.
Is it like a
it's-
lead balloon, or is it like,
I don't think there really hasn't been much of a response at this point, because I think they're just now starting to.
So this
Process.
is my concern by removing bus access roads off there, and I understand the outside improvements that have to be made, but what is the motivation to make those improvements to help us with this particular piece of the pie, right? Without us leaving it on our important, because this is critical, it's a critical part of how we operate every day and the reason why our buses are late or whatever, and I hate to see it just get wings and fly away and not be important to somebody other than us.
So we've looked at the different sites, and being able to actually construct the bus access roads in many cases is likely improbable. It really is a solution that needs to be attained through the improvements around the sites themselves, external to our site, as well as some improved traffic reconfigurations within the site, which we do now. So
But what's the motivation for this to become a priority over there?
I think at the end of the day, it's really a question for the community as to whether or not, yeah. as to whether
Some
or
of
not
it is
this
out of our hands because it's not actually on our site
Well,
to
that's
do,
just it,
so
but
it's
then we get
cost.
dinged every
Correct.
year because the infrastructure around our schools and on the way to the schools is abysmal. And so for me, the concern is, I don't know if this is important as a top priority to anybody other than us, because of how our families are affected by the amount of time it takes to get in and out of a school at pickup, drop off, or just driving by to get to work, and the impact on the road. So it has to be important to somebody over there if we're gonna leave it as.
Does the sheriff's department have an opinion on these roads?
VDOT has had a fairly strong opinion. So I know that they've, had some discussions with the county. And the conversations we've had at the staff level so far have been very productive. So that, in terms of what we've heard from the Board of Supervisors, that they're requesting our two staffs to jointly work together to identify potential improvements. So.
When do they want that?
Well, again, we're proposing as part of this CIP, so.
Are they too? Their staff proposing?
That's what we're requesting. At the end of the day, it's their transportation CIP, right? To your point.
Yeah.
But it's also an awkward position for us as a school division to go out and be doing large road scale projects.
No, I mean,
outside
it's
of
clearly
the-
not, we clearly are not responsible for these particular pieces, but my concern becomes removing it from ours is that it will go the way of many other things, particularly when you're dealing with road infrastructure, because it's in schools.
They've got a lot of priorities on the transportation side as well.
It's a hard
road
job, right,
improvements.
but it may seem like I need to do Brook Road and all these other things as a high priority, which is true.
Right.
But also, we're looking at more accidents and more things that are impacting the safety of our drivers because our road infrastructure is not good.
Right.
So are you saying you don't want it to come off of?
I don't know if I guess, I'm not asking maybe that to be put on, I'm asking how do we maintain the urgency of this being a priority for them? Because it has to come from either us or at least the families who understand, this may look small, but this is actually really big, because the
So-
infrastructure around our schools is not right.
Do we sit down with the 3-on-3 and actually talk about the road construction projects that would benefit our particular transportation problems around our schools? Is that something that we have in a plan somewhere? Because I agree, I think that these are county problems that we
Affect
are
us.
that affect us, and we're trying to come up with a budget to fix things that are county problems because there are inadequate roads on the, but this is maybe something that maybe needs to be discussed with the 3-on-3, like, we have a transportation problem because you have a road problem. And how can
Well
we,
said.
and how can we bridge that? And if we know, particularly the schools that are most impacted, then we can target even the magisterial districts that are infected.
It's Mountain View and Stafford High School are the two.
Wretched ones.
Yeah,
Is
they're
the
Stafford
county
not on
is-
here because what we're gonna be doing with the new,
I'm sorry.
is Stafford High School not on here because what we're doing with the
We already did a
elementary?
bus
Yeah,
parking
it's
thing.
'Cause we did
Elementary
that with
school
elementary
18 site, but it's
right.
first day.
But
And
we
I think
also
they
last year-
expanded Elon Road too near Stafford High School.
In terms of centralized
working.
bus parking, last year, they took the bus parking, they took away the parking lot by the stadium and turned it into bus parking.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that for a minute, because we put together a chart, this is based on some feedback from you all last time. that talks about this. So this is a conglomeration of the sites we currently have as well as some proposed sites. So Rocky Run Elementary currently has 20 sites, Stafford High, the one that Dr. Chase just referred to, we were currently housing about 44 there. The Fleet facility has 65 and North Stafford High School has 64. So that is the extent, 193 total parking spaces for 311 buses right now.
And that does not include the drivers and or bus attendants.
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
That's
there
not.
are spots at
Stafford
Stafford
High.
for the bus.
But that's not what's included in these numbers.
Correct, these are just bus parking.
Correct.
Wherever there is bus parking, we have to have,
I know, yeah.
yeah.
Right.
But your point's, I get your point, yeah.
So the projected, and we've kind of done here is how we were proposing to get to and then over the hump eventually, right? So that elementary school 18, once that comes online, that'll add 80 parking spaces, bringing us to 273 total. Not quite there, but we're a heck of a lot closer than we are now. But concurrently, in the few years after that, we really need to look at taking and turning that land and parking lots back at Stafford High and Rocky Run back over to those schools, as well as planning for some expansion at the Fleet Services facility that may impact their ability to park there. So that's where.
Jason, I'm sorry, can I just, is there a reason why they're not parking at Colonial Forge now as well? Because that
There's no
bus,
parking.
that bus lot though is pretty, on top is pretty big.
The bus
but no one
loop,
ever- yeah, the
right,
loop.
but they use it for marching band and other activities after.
So we do park, so this doesn't, what's reflected here is only dedicated bus parking. So, but like, if you go by Forge now, you'll see
That's what's happening.
Yes.
4 or 5 buses maybe parked around the loop,
Right, right.
where they can still get there and still leave space for the
Right.
school to use.
So the drivers come.
I mean,
over
given
to-
what they did at Stafford, I'm sure they looked at the other high schools as well.
So-
Yeah, we did,
No, well,
and,
actually, no, they're, with
actually-
these other
That's my
lots,
point
they'll make them
too,
better.
right?
Yeah.
but I wanna
It's a
point
pain
out,
point for everybody has to feel it, we
What
gotta
we-
share the hurt.
what we don't have, because we did look into this, the same thing at Forge and Mountain View now, we could put 20 or 30 buses in their bus lot, in their bus loop, but where are you gonna put the cars for the bus drivers and the attendants? And there's not enough staff parking right now, because I actually reached out to
I mean, if you're gonna get
principals.
technical.
So now we're taking away parking from the teachers.
Carpool.
So one of
So
the
the
things
teachers are gonna
I've
walk now.
mentioned in passing, and I
It's a
can't
walk.
remember to who,
Car share.
but I feel like we are always looking to add parking and to our projects. The county has projects going on that I think we should consider asking them to consider.
parking.
They've filed a certificate of take for part of a quiet town center for a fire station. Why can't we have bus parking there? They're planning a build of, I
Actually, it'd be
forget if
nice
it's,
to have a fleet service there if they're putting a fire station there, because then we can service.
I mean,
You'd even have a fueling station there.
that's shooting
which
for
would
the
benefit.
stars, so I
Yeah,
won't
go for
oppose
it.
that, but also they're
It'd be a great
planning,
location, though.
Great idea.
they're also
Yeah.
planning
Don't get all
a
pie in the sky though. 'cause
fire
then,
and or slash rescue, I don't know, station in Embry Mill on land that is not buildable for school purposes, but could be, flatten some of it and put some bus parking there as well.
We would
Rather
have to
than
take
a
look
totally
at-
separate project next to an existing space.
I
We
do
would have-
like the idea of consolidating these into large areas and because we have the new area coordinators or whatever in transportation, having someone be responsible of who's coming and go,
And that's the goal, that's
because, right now,
100%.
you've listed these, and that's not all the buses, but I did remember you mentioning that currently we have something like 26 sites where buses are.
It's probably more than that, actually.
Yeah,
Because these are
That's
just
about
the big
right.
lots, but
Yeah.
what you don't see are the 3 that are parked at
Right,
Shirley
right,
High, the
right.
6 that Burns.
right, so that's why I'm saying, I just really like that, the goal is to consolidate so that we can have some responsibility for our fleet and our drivers, making sure they've come to work or there's not a bus issue, a breakdown or whatever, that there's
The
support there.
plus side of having co-location with fire and rescue is that there's staffing there all the
Yeah.
time, so it adds a layer of security for some of our,
Yeah.
for at least some of our fleet.
So just want to point out that we have 3 more items
Okay,
on the
I
agenda
have
for
one
the next
question before
hour.
you leave that slide though. When I look at it, it looks almost like a seesaw. The first couple of years are heavy in the south where there's parking,
Yeah.
and at the end, it's almost all in the north. So how is this going to accommodate the drivers? Because if you look at 29, well, say 33, you've got North Stafford, Forge, Mountain View.
But ESAP
you know,
is
which are on one part. We don't know where 7 is gonna be, but we said it would probably be somewhere to relieve Brook and North, which would be more to the north. And we've got 18 in the south, so it's something that
Yeah.
I would, if I were a bus driver, I would want to be able to park fairly close, or, you know, reasonably close to where I'm coming from.
Centralized,
So
yeah.
if there's any way to balance this, to have, you know, essentially equal parking in the north and the south, I'd like to look at that, because look at the beginning, it's almost all in the south, which, the beginning, we don't have any control of, because that's where we are now.
Maybe Drew
But,
Rising
but
Star.
where we're aiming for
True.
seems like it would be
Right, but where do bus
helpful.
drivers live?
All over.
Yeah.
Do they? I mean, I don't
Yes.
know.
Well, and it's not as much about where the drivers live, but where do the routes
routes
run?
That's true.
So in the
why are we
north
moving
is where we have the
buses
most
They have to,
density.
they have to park their,
I'm sorry.
Why
Go to
do
the
we
buses.
lose
Right.
parking at fleet services though?
Um,
So they have more room for the bigger buses that don't
Yeah.
fit there right now.
Well, and.
well,
the
anyway, we
potential-
don't have time for a discussion, but I
Yeah.
just want to make that point, that it does not appear to be balanced in terms of where the spaces are.
Right.
And if we're setting a goal, we're aiming for something that seems like we would want to aim to have, you know,
Our
more
general idea was
spread out.
where we have a high school is where we should have a bus
Although I
lot.
really like your idea, the quiet town center and.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
Talked
think
about
that's
Cincinnati.
well worth exploring.
We've talked about this for critical systems, we're bringing that into the large list.
Yeah,
This is something though that really needs to be harped on this year, because again, these are going to start being termed more like a renovation, critical system renovation. It is not an HGTV, you know, renovation, right? This is, we're fixing carpet, replacing carpet that's 30, 40 years old, right? That's the extent of
Nasty.
our renovation.
That's a better word for it.
Okay. And then we still have these for elementary schools targeted in the outer years of the CIP right now for potential rebuild. Again, we have programmed in some updates to the costs that's in your handout there based on our most recent bids. We're still looking at that a little bit. And then it does kind of start to beg the question of, do we consider additions to add capacity, or as we do this, right? So we're gonna build them, rebuild them bigger. But if we don't do these, then we still need the capacity, so we have to build elementary 21.
Restoration, that's what it needs to be.
Yeah.
Restoration.
Modernization.
What did I put?
No, you have renovation, and we're trying to always
Because the
say that
word-
it's not HGTV, but if we call it a restoration, that, that conveys that it is something that needs to be
I like that.
brought up to modern day standards, I guess.
That's actually a very good idea.
Thesaurus.com.
And then, of course, we've got the 3R list attached as well, which, not to be left out in the dark, so to say, but it's a very important list. So I know we took a little longer there than I was hoping going through those slides, but really what I would like to be able to walk out of here with from you all today is looking at this list in front of you here. The 3R list as well, but primarily this list. Is there anything that looks or feels out of whack in terms of the priorities here and the timelines that we're proposing? Again, the key changes being that we've asked for the Rising Star and Day School to be combined and placed in 2030, which aligns with what the county's proposed. We've asked for Hartwood to be moved ahead 4 years from 2032 on the county's opening date to 2028, which has been our consistent request for that opening date. You can see North Stafford is there as well.
So my only question about that is, because we have Gary Melcher's before Hartwood in terms of its priority, but we want to move it to being before.
Like on the list, you mean, in
Right.
priority, like move that
Right.
down, so
So,
that things are.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we need
Yeah,
both of
because
them.
it's
I'm
the
just,
years
but
of-
I'm just.
I don't like the 2030 on Gary Melcher's either,
Right,
so, yeah, I
right.
mean, I'd love to move
So-
that to 2028 as a
Let's
pipe
move
dream.
them all to 2020.
But
I mean, yeah,
But I
you
think
think
we
the
need
three
to
should
put
be a
this
two.
in
Yeah.
our priority order. So to Sarah's point, or Dr. Chase's point, I think we do need to make sure that we put, if we're choosing Hartwood, then it needs to be
Just
in line.
swap them.
Yeah,
I think they probably should be swapped, just
And the
because
North
that gives us some
Stafford, too.
flexibility as far
Yes.
as where to put students, either for the day school or for Rising Star or for whatever, so.
We
But-
have our CIP conversation with or presentation this evening, later this evening from the committee as well.
Right.
So we can kind of think on this and
Well, I just, if,
rediscuss.
I think he needs this feedback
Right,
though.
right,
Like right
so,
now, or at
yeah,
the end of-
probably.
Well, as long as where I
As
wanna
a priority
be,
list, yeah.
to come back to you in October with a final draft that you all are comfortable approving and sending across the street. We'll continue to work on the estimated cost between now and then, Matt and I will, but I wanna make sure that we're in the right order here in terms of your priorities.
Yeah,
So then I
I
would-
just, I mean,
I
I'm
would
also
flip-flop
looking
it.
at first appeared in the CIP FY 19 versus FY 24. I'm just confused as to, I mean, it may be that Gary Melcher's, because we have elementary school 18 opening, maybe Gary Melcher's complex gets to move up in terms of our priority. But if that's the case, I just think the proposed opening date should match kind of our priorities.
Well, I think
Yeah.
it's because
Quick-
we'll
quick-
agree it's falling apart.
Quick,
I mean,
Yeah, because
that's,
of the day
that's the
school.
issue, so if it's
Right.
falling
Right.
apart,
Right.
why are we seeing 2030?
Right,
That's,
yep,
that's my
Yep.
question.
yep.
and to
They're all
Dr.
falling
Chase's
apart.
point, that appears to be a sorting error. Rising Star placement first appeared in FY '07.
Okay.
I think part of,
Say
I think
that.
part of the
Very
issue,
different.
is that the day school was separated out last year, and that was when that first appeared. So that's how the FY '24 got in there, but now that we've put them back together,
And then there needs to be some, I don't know if it's, you know, Ms. Healy likes a footnote, but the thing about the day school, I mean, in terms of priority, our priority is the Gary Melcher complex and replacement, and we'd be happy to add the day school to that.
right.
Yeah.
Right,
Right.
and this is the price that will come with it.
Right, but to make
Is there a
some-
reason
But
it's on
to
here
that
as?
point, can we put it back to August 2028 as our preferred opening?
So regardless of what we do with Rising, and you guys correct me, we still have to design Rising Stars. So Hartwood can
Sure.
get done quicker because we have that
We have
elementary
that.
school
We have that
prototype.
ready to go.
We don't have a design for Rising Star or a Rising Star day school combined, either or.
Okay.
So
Or a site, if we're gonna build at the Drew site, it's gonna take 2 years of construction. So if Drew closes in '28, Rising Star,
yeah, so we
about
can
2 years.
start the design process for Rising Star Public Day so that as soon as the new Drew opens, we can start construction.
Can we
which
change the
puts us on that
terminology
timeline.
back to Rising Star? Because I feel like Gary Melcher's complex all of a sudden looks like something
Right.
new.
Right.
Sure,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, we can,
That was a comment.
yeah, and
Yeah.
so I think part of, just to, so you don't think we just came up with it on our own, like, so Rising Star is truly the early education center, but the Melcher's complex actually includes a lot of stuff.
Right, right.
It's not
Includes a lot
just
of
the
social
Rising
services
Star
and
Center,
stuff.
so it has our,
Child
Kenny
Fine,
Bento.
Child Fine,
Yeah.
yeah,
Kenny Bento is there.
yeah, there's a
Welcome
lot of,
Center.
well, yeah.
What about the
Students
county
are-
gym? Doesn't the county have a gym there?
No.
They
They,
don't use
they
it
do
anymore.
use the, Parks and Rec uses the.
Sometimes.
the
I
gym
thought
there.
that was theirs. There's been an issue about that in the past. We might wanna just confirm, you know,
Who
whether
owns
they
that?
have any.
As far as I know, it's ours,
Right.
because we just did the repairs to it. It's ours,
We
but
did the
they.
repairs.
But they use it just like our other
Looks
sites
like this
do
courthouse
now.
community building belongs to the county. Schools thought it was theirs for a long time, but it's not. The one in our complex here.
Okay,
All right, so
Okay, so
you're good to make this.
Hartwood,
Bumped up.
Rising
And then
Star complex.
I did
too.
hear North Stafford where are we on that in terms of
leave it
the?
where it is.
Fine Arts Wing, is it?
Yes.
And then.
Well, if you're going to go in chronological order and you're asking for that in 28, then that should be higher.
So
I mean,
I don't
how
think
are
our
we
order needs
prioriti-
to be chronological, it needs to be priority in the, because the
Well,
funding.
I
I-
don't know.
It doesn't
I
make
don't think
sense if you don't have it chronologically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but when they
because
look
how
at
can-
debt service, the 10-year debt service is just as important as a 1 or 2 year debt service, so something's gonna get bumped. Because if we put a higher priority and it's in 30 versus 28, do we want the 1 in 30 to get done before the 1 in 28?
I
Not
just-
timing wise, but in a priority ranking. If it's a higher priority for us, it should be higher.
Well, it's
'Cause
a
it's gonna
lower
get bumped
price
from a
tag,
debt
so
service.
it's not going to be like, do we get an elementary school or do we get North Star, or North
Stafford.
Stafford. No, not even Star, North Stafford.
Oh,
Because
Yeah,
it's
North
only,
Stafford, yeah.
only an $8 million purchase versus an $80 million purchase.
Right, but that
But if
$8
there's
million
not
is
$8 million
not a real number.
Yeah.
in debt capacity, then something's gonna get bumped.
Well, it just doesn't make sense to me to say my priority for a couple years out is higher than my priority for a closer year. I don't, I know what
But
you're
they're in
saying, and I know how the
2028.
debt service is, but what does that mean? We will give up?
Well, can we push
The
North
28?
Stafford High School out since we did the renovation, since we
No.
we put money into the lighting and the stage and all of that?
Oh, no, that has nothing to do with what they're
Okay,
getting.
I'm
There's
just-
the fine
Yeah,
arts wing is
isn't this like an
completely
equity
separate
issue with
from
the
Got-
fine
got
arts?
it,
putting
got it.
Band-Aids
Right,
on
gotcha.
that auditorium,
Got it.
literally.
This has been on here for years, but honestly, we need to dust off any plans that we had for that fine arts, cause it is walls and construction going on, and I'm not sure how feasible that even is. It was done many directors ago, so we probably need to take a look at that, so
Yes,
we
please
fully
do.
understand.
It-
Can we
To
look at
make
that
most-
at retreat? Would that be acceptable timing or not?
I will say, sure, I mean, understand that Jason and his team have
Right,
a
that's
lot
what I'm
going
asking.
on,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. If
But
that's
we
not
can-
feasible,
I think that we should
expectation,
just
no worries.
leave the,
But-
I get what Ms. Healy's saying, but if we just leave it where it is, because the fine arts wing is a different type of investment than the elementary.
Construction.
But it's a parity issue. I mean, when we built on to Mountain View and Colonial Forge, and who else, Brook Point, we did those additions. We did not do that for North, and this was to bring North in line with the other three high schools. We don't, when Stafford was rebuilt, it was built in.
Right.
When 6 is being built, it's being built in. So North Stafford does not have what the other, 5 high schools will have.
And now that we've pushed out the rebuild
So
even further, it's like,
Yeah.
it was
Sooner
one
is
thing when
better
it
than
was,
later.
rebuild was right around the corner. We could
Yeah.
maybe limp through, but even that's off the 10-year
Well,
list.
Well, it was never
We
in the
just put up solar.
it was never in the 10-year list, we just included it on our large capital list 20 years out. So I think it's roughly in the same year, it's just not on our 10-year list anymore.
I think the other important thing to keep in mind here is that we're gonna bring those critical systems in, and the way staff put this together was more in as we thought, understood some priorities. I will say that the North Stafford High School Fine Arts Wing was one that staff recommended removing just because of the other changes we've done there. So that priority was a little bit relative, but other items such as Rodney Thompson Middle School's critical systems, and the fleet services facility, as well as the bus parking, those would also fall chronologically ahead of, for example, elementary 20. And I think I would be careful, to Mr. Fulmer's point about necessarily just doing this strictly chronologically. I think we need to, there's a balance there.
Right.
And I agree with Ms. Healy on that we have to balance that a little bit, because
Can we get the list of, not for today or tomorrow, but sometime in the not too far future, the list of what was done to North Stafford and the cost of that? Because I think we will see that it is minimal, that it has nothing, in line with
Most of theirs
the
has been
proposed
behind the
fine
walls
arts
versus.
wing.
Yeah, it was
It
like the
upgraded
doors
the
and stuff,
lighting and
lit.
sound,
Well-
not the
Yeah.
actual facilities.
Exactly.
There were some safety
Well, but I
improvements
know,
made
but
in
we're
the
having
year.
this discussion and we're saying we've done things and it would just be helpful to have the facts about what we did and also what it cost. Because I don't think it's anywhere near what this is, particularly
Yeah.
since the staff did a lot of it in-house because we
About
couldn't find a
million,
contractor
1.3
Yeah.
somewhere in there.
to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we budgeted over $1 million, but I think our actual cost when we did it in-house was ballpark around $850,000.
But it wasn't what, and
Not 8
then have a
million.
list of what has been under discussion to be in this fine arts wing, because I think we're talking about classrooms
That could go on a Friday memo for
versus the
future.
Yeah.
auditorium.
Yeah, we can,
That'd be a Friday night.
But
Send it
again,
out this
I
Friday.
question the price tag that we've got here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all right,
Yeah.
with keeping it low in priority, but to me conceptually,
Right,
I don't
right.
have a grasp of a priority, a higher priority that's in a later year than something
Right.
else. So I have to
That's
think
where I
about
went.
that.
Sure.
and-
I do think
Digest
the
it.
additional fleet services should be moved up, though. I think that is starting to impede our ability to get our buses serviced and other things, that I think that it's So I would move it up above middle school 9 and 7 and,
Above elementary 20, or how high up?
maybe underneath elementary school 20.
Well, part of that's gonna be with the partnership with the county.
Yeah,
It's a
but
joint,
yeah.
we're gonna have to, maybe that's a 3-on-3 topic, because
Actually, it could
unless
be a
they're
7 on
gonna join
7
in
if
with
we're
us.
talking CIP in the
Yeah, it
next,
won't be done.
7 with 7.
I mean, it's just, I think it should
I
be
don't
reflected on
disagree.
our list, just because I think it is becoming a more serious
Well, and it was in a
priority.
conversation in our last 3 on 3, so I think it's priming it for the 7 on 7.
And remember, we did decide to not use that terminology because it sounds like a fight. It is a council of 7, or council of 3.
Joint schools working committee.
3
Or
with
joint
3.
schools working committee, but I,
3
you know,
with 3.
I'm just saying, y'all said to change.
Sounds like basketball.
terminology.
I didn't hear it.
Cooperative
Okay.
exchange of ideas.
It's fine, I'm just saying 3 on 3 sounds like we're about to
No,
have
okay.
a showdown. Okay.
All right, let's move to
Okay.
legislative priorities.
I can't read
It's in here
You
under
have
3.02.
that. Oh.
Isn't this vote right? I don't know who's leading our,
I think I'm the ref. Speaking of basketball. First pick. So just in brief, this is from this past General Assembly session, just looking at some of the successes or near successes. The first one, last year, we had an initiative dealing with English language learners, and for the first time using their proficiency level to determine the number of teachers to assist those students. So the General Assembly did for the first time do something with this, and they did assign the number of teachers based upon proficiency levels. You will see as we move further that we left ours in there because while this was a start, it didn't go far enough. And we'll talk about that a little bit once we get to that, but it does have to do with the new accreditation standards that will be coming online, I do believe, in 2025. Meal debt collection, that was something that we also had in our list of initiatives last year. The General Assembly made a little bit of progress here, and we'll see more of this by November 1st. So our biggest concern is the rising meal debt that we have. So what the General Assembly directed BDOE to study the issue, specifically to look at whether it's feasible for the state to pay for meals for all students, to look at ways of eliminating the debt and leveraging some possible funding from other sources. So there will be a report that is due by November 1st. So perhaps once that comes out, that will still leave us, even though it's a little bit past our deadline, but there may be something that we can look at perhaps with one of our representatives. So don't know what that's gonna look like, but we eagerly await it because we're not the only school division that is experiencing this problem in the state. Discipline records, this was a victory. Governor Youngkin did sign this into law. So basically, this was the bill that when students transfer from one school division to another, we actually get the information. We were having major problems with that, and we would find out later on that the student had something in the record that was not sent. So, knock on wood, so far, I can tell that it's working because we're getting more information there. Employment verifications, this one also passed the 10 business days, so that has certainly helped out our HR department. With the employment verification, does that also tell you, like, if someone was let go because of some hanky-danky stuff, or no? Does that?
So that was verifying their employment, that they actually work there. HR does do separate background checks.
Okay.
And they also do reference checks as well. So that verification of employment was specifically important for recognizing the credit and the numbers of years of experience that give teachers.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to, before we get into the meat of this, I also wanted to say that we will approve this in October, so we don't have to vote on it tonight. So certainly we can add ideas or questions, but we don't have to, we can take some time
How
with
far
this, because
along
it's a
are we
thick
on
packet
this
as well.
COCA again? Going back
Well,
to COCA.
we'll get to that, and it's also going to governance later on, based on what you all discussed tonight. So if you look at the marked up version, so a lot of our initiatives you'll see are pretty much the same as last year because there wasn't a whole lot of movement, but we will see, so the COCA is still on here. Because they didn't do much movement there. But I will say that I did put an amendment here in the language. We have the lowest per pupil of all of the school divisions receiving the full COCA. And with the exception of Culpeper, the ones who are getting partial too. So we're pretty low.
So this is my concern, and I know we don't have to talk about it right now, but I mean, we're getting dinged on a lot of things at the state level for, as I'm reading some of the things on it, whatever, and forgive me, like I'm going back in my head to the Friday bulletins, there was some kind of state, whatever, investigation thing or whatever that was coming back.
Special ed kind of stuff.
Was it, I don't know if it was a
Like a
special ed stuff,
review.
but we're getting dinged on that too, because we don't have, our funding is so far behind that our capacity and our capabilities are so
But I
disparate.
think part of the problem is what Ms. Boatright is saying, which is we're trying to say we need this money, but other divisions that are getting this money are getting more money from their locality. And other places that don't get COCA or get the same amount as us also are spending more money. So it's hard to make the argument. I mean, if I were sitting in the legislature, I'd be like, well, you guys should spend more money.
Yeah.
You're not spending as much money as your neighbors, why aren't you doing that? Now, there are reasons we aren't doing that, which is we don't have the same tax base and stuff like that. We don't have other sources of income besides the real estate tax, but that's certainly would be,
That's part of it.
is what people from other counties are gonna say when asked to vote for this.
That's interesting.
Also, it doesn't affect them, so why do they care? Our delegates and people there need to get them to feel our pain, right? It doesn't affect them. We have to have people at a statewide level vote for something that is Stafford specific. That's really hard to make people
I
care.
see it, I feel like maybe that I'm not really truly understanding the calculation for it, as it were, like in terms of population-based vice need, right? Our population base is rising so rapidly, like we're just constantly in this tsunami of changes.
We are the
And so-
fastest growing school division, which should be,
Should get a prize, financial
Well,
prize for
instead of
that.
Well,
COLA
that-
just being a gift to counties that are relatively wealthy, it should be based on growth needs that are harder to accommodate for with tax bases.
So I would have said that if I had really thought through my words,
But we
but.
do get
But
more
when we go
money.
back,
Just I'm here to
just
help.
put that
I'm
one
here
on
to
the
help.
record.
But
Just
the
put that
state,
one on the
but the
record.
state does give us money per student.
Right.
So if we have more students, we get more money from the
But
state.
it's based on a formula, it's
Right.
not, so COCA to me is different, that's like a bonus that some people get and we don't.
and we just have to make sure that any additional money we get doesn't reduce our local
Right.
contribution as
There's
well,
no
which is
guarantee of that.
Well,
unfortunately.
how do you do that aside from
That's
taking
the
our
hard
spirits
part.
and putting it into those seats? Like, you can't,
That's the hard part, is to
And
ask
that's just it,
for
as soon as we
money,
get more money from the state, you know that we're gonna get less money from the county.
and that makes it hard for the state to want
Because
to
they're
give
gonna
us more
keep
money,
that
because we're not
60-40
helping ourselves.
ratio pretty much standard, and that's.
Wow, that's a hamster in a wheel. Honestly, right?
But
Like-
no, I mean, I'm just saying
Yeah.
that that seems to be the ratio they're comfortable with.
Right, you're not wrong, but I hope people hear how that actually sounds, right? Like, we're asking the state partners, to your point, to give us a little bit of grace for our growth and whatnot, and that's our state partners, like all of our surrounding jurisdictions to help us, because our county doesn't, right? Or if the state does, then ding us for that. Like, I feel like we're not explaining it well enough to people that this is very frustrating for me because, you know, everybody's Northern Virginia, Northern Virginia, Northern Virginia. They've incorporated Stafford in that. People are they're getting 100% COCA for being Northern Virginia. Am I wrong? Or did I hi, Susan. But anyway, this is
a formula that probably isn't gonna change for a while. It was in the JLOC study, but quite frankly, they put it out in the out years.
They probably won't
Would they
go,
need to
it
study?
won't, they won't do it before the
In
election,
front of
before the
them, but
governor's
yeah.
election, I don't think.
Not
Right.
My prediction, it'll be
Honestly, I
another
just
year.
assume get rid of
Well, then I
COCA
think
and do it
they
on more of a
should
needs
lower
based
their-
per
lower
county
their scores.
instead
Their
of
state
just
scores every year.
granting these particular counties a bonus.
Right.
But they don't wanna give it up
And they make the argument that they pay more taxes.
I
Just point
mean,
that,
that's true.
It's true. I mean, they may pay more taxes to the state of Virginia as well as they were taxed the other day.
Support cap, still there.
Great.
The one that I was a little surprised about, to be quite honest, was the sales and use tax.
I know.
It has both houses. The
Yeah.
governor
Yeah.
vetoed
The
it.
governor vetoed it, and even though we have to have a
Um,
referendum, so the
Correct.
community has to still approve it, it's still another layer of, you know,
It's still putting
democracy.
it out there.
So it's not
Years.
a tax that is being foiled or foisted upon
Yeah.
anybody. The community actually has to vote for it. So veto took the right away from the community to make a decision.
Did he tell you why he vetoed it? Did he
He
give you?
didn't tell me why personally,
He didn't tell
but he
me.
did write the
Don't make
reason
this-
why. You know, in here, he kind of felt that the General Assembly had appropriated, you know, some good funding for this year, and this essentially turned into a tax. It was a bipartisan bill.
Agreement.
I agree, it's a dead horse, but let's,
Well,
Until it comes back.
until the next governor, we can
the
try
next
again.
governor probably will
But there
find
are
it.
some localities that are
Are
able.
allowed to do that.
There's
Yes,
nine.
there
There's
are.
9.
It's like 8 or 9 of them.
So the question is, you know, why could we not ask to be included?
That's
Not-
what we
not-
did.
That's what we were
Right,
asking.
but the legislature came in and they didn't say allow Stafford, they said allow anybody that wants to. So I don't think
Well, there
there's,
was a bill directly for us, and that one was incorporated
Exactly.
into the larger one.
right, because if that passed, we would have been included, but I don't think that there would be anything to preclude us from asking for it again. If we
Absolutely
went
not.
for
Well, but
for
not all our
Stafford.
representatives voted for it.
Well, it doesn't matter, we can
Right.
ask.
Yep.
If
I
we
think
think
it's-
it's
I think it's on the
important, we should
county
ask,
side.
they cannot
I
support
think
us,
the county
which
still
they
has
very
it
well may not.
on their side.
Yeah.
That was what was odd too, because the Board of Supervisors actually supported it.
Well,
What did they say?
they supported having the opportunity to encourage the public to vote
vote on
against
it.
a tax rate that would come to the school.
That's fine.
So
Did I
we-
just say
Question
that
is,
out
do we
loud?
You
want
did
to
say that
ask
out
for it
loud.
again? That's what you need to know.
Let's keep going, let's keep going.
Okay.
If it comes to governance is gonna wanna know how this board feels about it. Do you wanna just say forget
I
it?
think we should leave it in there.
Yep, I
I
would
think
too.
we should keep asking for it until,
Yep.
you know.
And keep asking for it specifically for Stafford?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we shouldn't ask
just
for
wanted
anything
to-
for anybody else.
No, I think, you know, we have huge
So stingy.
infrastructure and
At least
and
I won't
construction
ask for
costs.
anything for
It just
anybody
makes sense for us to
Okay.
ask for.
So is there
Appreciate
anything that someone else has been thinking that we need to add back on here, or or visit, or?
The one that is new is dealing with the grades 4 through 6 class size. So our middle schools specifically have difficulty dealing with this because it's capped at 35. So it does interfere with our fine and performing arts programs, for instance, where you have a lot of 6th graders. You want to put them in the orchestra class together, but it's capped. So those kids, you know, unless there are other sections available, and they typically will have a 7th grade and 8th grade, those children have to take something else. So the way that this is characterized is to take the specials teachers out, realizing that you can't go after all of 6th grade because there's a political
And
reason why 6th grade is included in this. It's K-6. That's because in Fairfax, grade 6 is in elementary schools. So this does not interfere with Fairfax. It just makes it so that school divisions that have grade 6 in middle school can actually have larger
Yeah.
fine and performing arts programs, especially, it's the band.
And if they wanted to, they could reduce those classes. This just excludes the cap.
Right.
Yes.
So we're not saying make the classes larger, we're saying give the school districts
The flexibility.
But we're just
flexibility
asking
to
for
have
sixth
some
grade,
larger
is that right?
It's
We're not-
only for sixth grade
Right.
because this is what is giving us problems.
Right, right. We're not asking for fourth or fifth grade, got it?
Nope.
Just wanna make sure.
Nope. Only for sixth, and it's pulling the special
Because fourth or
teachers out.
fifth, they don't have the special band.
Yeah, no, I just wanna make
Yeah.
sure we weren't asking for fourth
No.
through sixth.
Oh, no,
because
no,
then
no.
what are we, then
No,
we'll
no, no.
start
Yeah.
doing stuff in
And,
fourth and
and then
fifth that I don't
what
wanna
we
do.
need to do is
What
put
does
our
it say?
explanation, and this is to benefit the students that are not able to take the classes because of this somewhat arbitrary cap that
Correct.
the state has
So, but why does the
placed on us.
request, as Maya said, this was what was bothering me too, it says request, classes from the class size cap for grades 4 through 6, why doesn't it just say grade 6?
I need to clarify that.
Great,
So,
thank you.
So it can just, this thing can just be for sixth grade?
Right,
Sixth grade.
Well, that might be the way the strategic plan's written, but that's not what we're gonna be asking for.
right, right. I just wanted to,
Thank you.
Maybe we should just,
thank you.
I
Thank
thought
you,
that
Maya.
was, no, I was thinking there was a reason, like,
No.
we're gonna say per the code,
Right.
because there's always some weird reason.
It's probably in the
You know what I
strategic
mean? You
plan
can't
that way.
change fourth without changing sixth, or I
But
don't
let's
know.
not assume, let's ask.
Yes.
And then there was the bill that almost passed in '24, and Senator Durant wants to go after it again. This is the one that is dealing with, and we're still having so many problems
oh gosh,
with deferred
Ah.
dispositions and
Yes.
getting the information that we need to do right by the student. There are just situations where sometimes the family does not provide the information, and that's neither here nor there. But there were some safeguards that were put in because we did partner with the Legal Aid Center, where here's the information, let a judge decide specifically what to provide.
Right, yes,
right.
yes.
But one of the strategies that she is looking for is to find a bipartisan partner in the House to sponsor the bill.
Is this
because
something that VSBA should have on their legislative priorities?
I don't really know.
Is this
Yes.
something that would benefit all schools in the Commonwealth, or is it something specific that we're looking for?
It would benefit those school districts that have an alternative program.
Well, yes, but I also
Too
think
late to add to.
this benefits,
Yeah.
I mean, having access to this information for any school system across
Yeah.
Virginia at their fingertips to be able to help understand. I mean, we have entry plans and all that other stuff,
And to
right?
put
for
supports in
certain-
place for students.
Right.
And like back-to-school conferences, so.
So, I mean, it definitely could be, particularly if we have one kid going from one school to the next or starting to rebuild in a new county or whatever. I mean, for me, it's something that does, I can see where it would benefit the whole county. It's a safety measure, it's not a,
And it's not written as a mandate, so the SBA would definitely oppose it if it were a mandate, because they make that very clear.
right.
But it's not written as a mandate, so.
As always, looks good, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
So do you suggest one more thing, those
Yeah.
minor language tweaks, is that completely separate and different? I feel like one year in our legislative proposal, we had like, I think Dr. Taylor, it was the year we met in the Mountain View conference room on the second
That
floor.
was 2 years ago, I think.
2 years ago, where like, here's our new initiatives, and then here's like tweaks that would make our life easier to existing bills that may not even need full legislative sponsorship. And what brought that to mind is what came in the Friday memo where we implemented this new thing when it's really not really helping us much at all.
Oh,
But is-
Senate Bill 142.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a layer of red tape that makes things a little bit actually more difficult.
great,
I hope that
yeah.
we are providing feedback on that and suggestions on how to make it actually a little more helpful.
I
And
had
if
one of the
there's-
senators reach out and say if we were willing to have our superintendent
Oh, is
or
this the one
director
about
of
the
HR testify, they would bring it back up to
So-
change it.
personnel,
Mm-hmm.
the licensure?
Yeah.
That really is not helping Stafford
Right.
Yeah,
at all.
Well, Yeah. it's making it worse is what we heard.
yeah,
so-
they were saying that we just
Okay.
need to have someone ready to testify for it and
Well,
that they
Ms.
would be
Boatright
considered.
testified for us last year very successfully.
Yes.
So, okay, I got that one, Senate Bill 140.
It's 142, I think.
Got it.
Yeah, I
I'll
had
bring
the
it to
same,
governance.
yeah, I had the same kind of conversation myself, so I wanna make sure that we do that.
All right. Thank you
Okay.
all.
Ms. Cole, could you turn the heat on?
JG.
That's what I said.
We have
one more.
Yeah.
Now we're
And,
You feel like you're from
You
Twilight.
shouldn't take long, it's actually very good.
It's quite
So do you think
good.
you're Kawhi?
We're just
You
gonna use
feel like it's like,
Sorry, I looked at it.
yeah.
I guess,
All right, last item, guys.
Okay, so profile of the superintendent.
At the very end, in the.
I wanted an opportunity for us to look at it in this format so that if there's any major changes or questions, we can talk about it here and then we could propose and discuss formal changes out on the dais. But this way, if we have any questions or need any clarification or explanation as to why something is the way it is, this might be a good place to do it, and then we can talk about it, and we will add an agenda item out there to put this on as essentially an action item so that we can approve it, post the job, and get this show on the road. I thought it looked good.
I thought it looked really good, the only thing I would have liked to have seen something about communication.
It does look-
Effectively communicating with not only the board individually as a group and as
It
with the
does say,
community.
it says, communicates openly and transparently with all stakeholders, providing clear and consistent
Okay,
information.
never mind.
So
Look
if
at
nobody
that,
has-
you asked, you got?
So if nobody has anything, that's
Thank you,
fine, I just
Tiffany.
figured
Yeah.
we didn't know at the time if
Okay.
anybody would have
Of
any
course I will when we
like
get there.
major red flags or issues.
Even when delivering difficult news, yeah.
It was good,
Okay.
I liked it, I think it was a very good job.
Clear and concise for me, and
It's
very
Is this an
exciting.
okay place for me to ask my question about when will we, from what I'm reading, it's suggesting that we are gonna meet on October 15th, and that's when we get to see who the candidates are. Is that true, or do we get some time to look at the information prior to that meeting?
What we typically do to keep things confidential is we bring it with us,
Mhm.
and we bring it like on laptops. We'll have a laptop or iPad, I think, to look through. And we'll have a link to videos as well as candidates. Anything we leave with you becomes public records.
Well, in the past, we've had like a portal that we've been able to, a secure portal that we've been able to go to look at the information in advance of coming in to actually, so is that a possibility?
I
Is
didn't
that-
remember it being open, I remember us having it after we did our first look, if you will. No, I didn't
I've
remember
done
seeing it
two,
before.
and
Well,
what
in
my-
the old days, we actually had a locked cabinet
I haven't been here that long.
in that closet that we had access to, and we could come, that's when we were paper. We could come in and open the door, unlock the
The door
cabinet,
unlock.
take it
So
out,
what was
look
it
at
that
it, and put it
what
back,
is it
lock
that
it
we
up.
wanna
So we
What
have
is it that we
had
find
access.
to be useful?
I think it would be
And
nice to be able
possible.
to look at them through a portal if we could access it online through.
That would not be
secure-
public though. I
They
mean,
would
that's our
have to be
thing, I would,
confidential.
If it's a portal housed by an attorney, which we've done that before.
So how is our personnel, like our personnel monthly report is not public records,
FOIA
it's
exempt.
FOIA exempt, so wouldn't this fall under the same?
It's an employee,
So,
because the superintendent.
but these aren't employees, they're just potentials.
Oh, they're candidates.
Yes, so they wouldn't fall under
that's
the
what I'm
same.
trying to do, I would love to see it, but I don't want anything, like the confidentiality piece is
It's
of
huge.
utmost importance
Yes.
for us. So how, is there a way that we can do it in advance?
That's
We're looking at you, Lisa, because
I mean, in the past,
Well, we may not be on it.
the headhunters have had a portal, and then we've been able to go onto that portal to look at stuff. But, yeah.
It's hard to
I mean, there has to be,
receive
there has to be a
anything
stipulation that allows us to maintain
know,
the
and
digest
digest
it,
it,
I know.
and then make a decision all at the same time.
No, it's just a preliminary review before we get the
That's not
information.
public information.
No, I'm just saying that the way this is
So-
set up, we get the
Right.
information, then we decide who we're gonna interview.
Right, that's gonna be really hard to
It's
do
hard,
without
right.
having time to kind of sit down and, you know,
Yeah.
look at
This is a
them.
very compressed timeline, and that's kind of why
Oh,
it's
yeah.
that way. If we need to kind of throttle back a little bit, we can do that. We'll find some way with that.
Is it
Do we have
possible
any-
that we could come in the day before and look at it?
We can put it in
Like,
board docs.
if it was,
Well,
like
so
an
the-
iPad would
so-
be here
The,
for us?
Lockdown board.
We can
docs.
have someone.
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
So if we
It
were
does.
hiring,
It does.
if we were
Lisa's
hiring
saying-
for any position, could somebody,
It's not public information.
I was gonna say, would
Like
they get to
our
FOIA all of the
application?
candidates that
No.
were available?
No, because anybody that would really apply here, teachers on up, if they're already currently employed, they don't want there's a lot of them that wouldn't want their current employer to know that they were looking for fear of whatever. So I think Lisa's right. Is there a way we can get it on our board doc system, which is accessible only to us, it's password protected to us for the confidential
We can
information?
have our
Only if we
team
make
work
sure
with
we
your
do it
folks here
right.
to see if
Well,
we can
yeah.
help.
Everybody has to
Let
give
us-
instructions.
Yeah, we'll discuss.
Yeah.
If you guys can host them, we probably can make that happen.
I mean, we're gonna have to be quiet after the 15th regardless, so.
We still have to come together on the 15th.
Right.
yes.
Oh, absolutely, but we're gonna have to be quiet as soon as anybody sees anything regardless, so 3 or 4 extra days of quietness is
Well, the,
hopefully not too much to
the
ask.
issue is when we're going to get the information and when we have to make a decision about who to interview. And doing it all at the same day would be very challenging for me.
I think it would be challenging for all of us.
But we also still have to come together to decide on our questions and, as well.
Yeah, I think
So-
that's a pretty ambitious schedule for, literally 10 days in effect. 10 days, 11 days to identify, interview, and come to a conclusion. That's right.
But that's been the schedule since
Yeah.
we started. I mean, that's not a new schedule, that's been the one that we've set up, but to the point, Dr. Cheese, you're making, or we're all really making is, if we could get some information through the board docs portal that we utilize for our student discipline committees and all that other stuff.
And I understand
In
it would-
advance,
I-
have questions prepared or whatever.
I mean, they're gonna be going through, they're closing the application deadline on the 11th, so they need to start going through their things too. So would it be reasonable for us to say just even on the 13th or 14th, that we could get a look, a chance, or is that,
It's kind of tight because
I-
once application is closed and the team
yes,
reviews all the candidates, make sure if they comply with everything, that they're really
Right, we
qualified
need time to
candidates.
figure that out, so maybe
And,
we need to push things out a little bit.
So the October 29 date is what's really driving this.
Yeah.
so maybe we
So
need to.
that might be the question on the table then.
So what would be a reasonable date for us to expect? I mean, the 15th was 4 days following that.
15th to the 18th,
Would the
3
15th
days.
be better for us to get our
To make
preview
decisions
and then
about
make?
who to
No,
even
you have to
interview.
make a decision on the 15th so they could set up the interviews.
Right.
for the-
Yeah.
My concern was more, like, I'm a kind of decisive when it comes to looking at applications, so that isn't, for me, the concern. It's how do I get from the 15th to having people in front of me? In that, I mean, and I don't know, maybe in this industry, people are expected to just,
Yeah, I'd
show
like
up
to-
from wherever
Yeah, I'd
in
like
10 days.
But some
to
of
measure
them-
twice, cut once. I don't wanna, or,
But they also
Well, so then are we talking about moving our timeline back
Right,
2 weeks,
right.
right?
Well, I think we need to be
So
specific.
mid-November before we head to.
I think we need to be specific, so if they're saying that the 15th is the day that they could have done a closed session with us, are we saying that's the day that we want the information so that we can preview it
Right.
and
Yeah,
then,
and then have
meet on
time for
this?
us to do what we
But-
need to do, right?
There's nothing we do, we just look at.
We just look at the
We
options
can't
and
talk, yeah.
say,
I mean, because they do a presentation part of
Right.
it as well. So are we saying though, get the information previewed on the 15th, meet on the 16th,
I can't meet on.
Wednesday?
do the
No, but
17th.
so
17th?
could we?
That's our legislative summit, but we can maybe meet before.
Well, we already have, but if we're gonna push this back, why couldn't we just meet somewhere like October 18th or whatever?
Well, 18th Sarah can't do either.
I could do, well, it
Well,
depends,
so-
what time are we talking on the 18th?
I
It's a
mean,
Friday,
It's
I
a
don't know
Friday. Well, so, but I'm saying if we're willing to push the timeline back and we needed to accommodate, right?
Right.
Because we all have them then, even the 21st, there's this entire window of 2 weeks. How it impacts you guys is how you would let us know, need to let us know.
But I think we need to specify our dates, I mean, because these were dates that we approved, I think they need to know
No, I
what our
agree, but what I'm saying
dates are.
is, so if you're October 15th, if you were originally planning on meeting with us, but if you had more time to vet or do whatever, and we move this like a week later or a few days later.
I would like
For
to
this
if
first.
we're going to delay it all, I would like to delay as few days as possible.
I would like
Yeah.
to do it on the 17th.
I agree.
And
That would be
then
my
that gives
preference.
us 2 days to enter a portal and look through some of the applications, so when we are meeting, we all have a stronger idea.
Can we meet before the legislative summit at Brooks Point?
I have a governing board meeting from 4:30 to 5:30.
On the 17th.
CGS governing board, I guess so do I.
The governor's school,
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe they could,
it's four
You
four
can't change it.
counties. We
And
don't-
I have a
Yeah.
CHAC meeting
aren't you
that
the chair?
night. Not that I can't, I mean, I
And
could
where
probably-
is it then?
Okay, so wait, let's do the, what about the
Spotsylvania.
18th? What about the 18th?
The 18th would work for me.
What would work for you, Sarah, if we
Lovely
moved to the
Friday
18th?
Yeah, I could do Friday night, or I could do during the day on Saturday, either one.
Wow.
Y'all bring your sleeping bags,
Yeah.
we're sleeping over. I'm
Friday night.
Okay, so the
What about the
18th.
21st?
What's the earliest?
Oh,
you
I
could
can't do the
Friday?
21st, that's my daughter's birthday.
Let's do the 18th. What's wrong with the 18th?
What, Miss Healy? Yes, I still go dancing.
Can you do it
Friday?
during the day on the 18th
On what?
at any time?
No.
Yes.
Are you working?
Hold on, I'm working.
No, I can do it.
and
I don't work on Fridays.
will
I can do it.
I can do as early as 4:30.
Are we talking about Friday night?
Friday the
Friday,
18th.
4:30.
And
For
that's
how long?
to screen the candidates.
For,
So we
to
can
have
do
a
it
closed
at
session
happy
meeting
hour.
with
How about
Michelle.
that?
So if we
4:30.
could,
Is that moving to
if we could get
15th
the
meeting?
information from you
15th
guys
will
on the
be a Friday.
I can do
15th.
it.
So as I understand it, we still wanna get the information from
Correct.
the consulting firm on the
15th.
15th. That gives us 3 days to essentially privately review it through the secure settings to be
Yeah,
determined
because
by
we
the
do
powers that
discipline
be.
records like that now, so I don't see
And-
why we couldn't enter
And then on the
through a
18th, we
secure
will have a
portal.
closed session to discuss what we've read and our preferences.
well, to discuss the candidates.
Discuss the
Yeah.
candidates
Can you
and
please
and
tell
pick
us
our
what
top,
date
yeah,
and
and
identify
do
your
like, I mean,
candidate?
4:30.
yeah.
Time, 4:30 to
4:30.
what? What's our stop?
We don't have a stop.
No, we need
We
to,
work.
4:30 to,
We can. I mean, it's closed
Okay.
session.
okay.
Is this the one that
We don't
is-
even have a time to
is this
end
the
our
one that
regular
you need- that you
meetings.
need 4 to 5 hours for?
You say.
On
We
the
don't.
timeline, there was one that
Is
said needed 4 to 5 hours for something.
I think if we are getting this stuff a
Ahead of
few
time,
days in
we should
advance,
have-
we won't,
We
if they
won't
were
need 4
budgeting
hours, yeah.
to have us read everything and watch everything.
Jeanette, I'm moving my meeting on the 15th, right, is that what I'm doing?
15th.
Or Missy,
is-
you'll move it, will this automatically
Yes.
update my
Will
calendar,
that work
is that
for you
it? I
guys,
don't
the
have to do it?
18th?
Well, we're,
4:30?
We'll have to adjust other things because the interviews will
Yes.
begin on the 18th.
Right.
Right.
And they'll need a couple of days to
so we'll
get the stuff
start
together.
interviews on that Monday.
Right.
We will
So
not
if we
start
do the-
interviews on
if we
Monday.
If we do the-
the 15th,
Okay.
Well, especially the 21st, because it's my
Hang on,
daughter's
hang
birthday.
on, he's not talking to us about interviews here, so if we have the 18th that we have you all come, what would you propose then would be a reasonable start date for us to do our interviews?
a week later.
A week later, okay?
Well, as you pointed out,
So a
this
week
really
later than
do
the
our questions.
18th
Yeah, we can.
is the 25th.
It'll be the first round of interviews.
What does that look like for everybody, 25th?
I can do it, well, it's not great for me, but I'm not available at all on the 26th.
The 24th, does anybody have anything on the 24th that's
I can
like
do-
during the day time? To do like a kind of day thing?
We have joint schools at 5.
Do we?
Yeah,
we
sure.
do.
Joint school.
3 with
Sounds
3.
like the working group.
Yeah.
Joint school.
Formerly known as 3-on-3.
So,
That's 3 on 3 or that's
That's a.
Yes.
a 7 on
That's what
7?
they
No.
call it.
I
Don't
That's-
cancel
We can always
They're
move it. You can move
administrative,
that.
yeah, they're
okay, let's move
administrative.
it,
We
but
can move it because we're hiring our superintendent.
That's right,
Isn't
I
that the
mean, we have a
protocol?
priority.
that's what they did.
Yep.
I mean, they move it for a water break.
Yes.
See, all that happens, it just
Move it
comes out,
bottom,
I
yeah.
get her.
Wait,
We
so
sit next to
Friday
each
move
other,
the
so-
So the 24th,
5th, 24th, no, oh, 24th, you, yes? Okay.
Yes.
the 24th, and
24th, what would work for you guys on that day, what time? For,
It won't work for me.
well, it'll be
But-
for our
but-
They're not,
candidates.
they're
But
not
other
here
folks on
for,
the
they're
team.
not here
Yes,
for
right,
their interviews, are you?
Right, no,
We are,
No, you are?
we have been.
We've never had
they
the,
don't come in on them,
search
they
people.
probably just make sure
Yeah,
that the
we
people,
kind of gathered to keep everyone separated.
yeah,
Those candidates
That's
come
helpful.
in.
They run security outside.
that's helpful.
Really?
Okay,
We've
so
never
the
had that before,
24th,
Service
So that
firm?
we'll be
We'll-
told where to go at some point.
We're
It's
working
Yes.
not
on
gonna
some
be-
locations.
Offsite is,
Yeah.
at what
Okay.
time?
The winery, is that still off the table?
Yeah, that's off the table.
Darn it.
I'm good anytime after.
I tried
10.
Maya.
We can do it at my
I tried.
house, it's very
I'm just
secluded.
We don't
10
announce
minutes
where
from
we're
Route
going
1.
publicly.
Oh, never mind. Especially that Friday night.
Not Liza's house.
So this is the Thursday, the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes, Thursday the 24th will be our
That
first
will be round
interview.
one interview, and so,
Round 2 will be the next
Now,
day.
do we want to try to do 2? We've done that in the past, we've done 2 together, you know,
Back to
with a
back.
little bit
Back to back.
of time in between,
I,
turnover
Depends on how
time.
you want to interview. We typically have about 6 to
Yeah.
7 that you bring to interview.
Yep, that's what we've
And
done in
then
the
that's round
past.
1, and then you'll scale it down to 2 for round 2.
yeah, I think we did 5 the first time with our interviews.
So
It's
then what
just
time would we
depending on
wanna
the
start
candidates.
that on the 24th?
But if we do 1 a day, that's gonna take a long time.
No,
No,
we're
we
not
did
doing
one
one
day.
day.
Yeah,
We're
we
not
did
doing
three of
one
them.
day.
Well, that's what I'm saying, how many are we talking about doing on the,
On the first, he said 6 or
24th.
7 on this, on the.
6 or 7 interviews on 1 day?
No, over 2 days.
Over 2
Over
days.
Over 2 days.
Yeah, yeah. So Thursday.
God bless you.
And
Friday.
Thursday and Friday.
Then you'll decide that Friday which ones you want to bring back, perhaps.
Right.
Following, yeah, on Friday, we decide who we would bring back
The following week.
the following week. Yep.
Wait, didn't we just say we're not available on the 25th of October?
No, the 26th.
Trish isn't
I'm not-
available
I'm
on
not
the
available all
26th.
day on that Friday, I'm not available all
Oh,
day.
that's the 25th.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you said the 26th.
Yeah, I'm not available the 26th, and I'm not available all day.
Oh, okay.
On the
So,
26th.
I mean, are you talking about all-day interviews for 2 whole days? That's a lot for people that,
No, I think
No.
each interview is gonna be,
Have
what,
other-
30 minutes?
You allow
We did an
An
hour, we
hour.
allotted an hour last time.
Allow an hour.
An hour.
An
So
hour
we're
for-
talking 3 hours on Thursday and
3 hours on
3 hours on either
Okay.
Friday or Saturday.
so
I
you're
don't
not
know.
talking
I can't
all
do
day.
Saturday.
I
can't do Saturday.
That's
Okay, so we
fine.
can do Friday.
Friday, it'll have to be after 4:30 again, but yes, and Thursday can be during the day or
Three interviews
later.
after 4:30?
Say again?
3 interviews after 3:30?
That's 4:30,
4:30.
that's, I
We
guess.
got
Unless you
job
make
to
it the
do.
20th,
I mean, that's the
28th,
cost
which
of
was-
being on this board, we just,
Yes,
you know,
gotta do our
we
job.
just don't have happy hour. Just what we do.
Happy hour starts at 8.
All right.
Every hour.
It's always
So-
a happy
I don't
hour
even
when I'm around.
know what happy hour is.
All right, so are we
That's
good
part of
with
the
that,
problem,
what
Miss
we
Ely.
just did?
So we have 3 hours that we need to block off
Well,
on the
that's the cost of being on
24th,
this
3
board for
hours that we're
25
blocking off
years.
on the
There is no happy
25th
hour.
for interviews, and then we'll bring back
The
our
following week.
following week. And if we have to add an interview, we'll do it on Thursday because we seem to have more time.
Okay.
So it could be 4 and 3.
That's probably,
No, the following Thursday is Halloween, so I'm.
All right,
not
but
confident.
I'm having eye
We
surgery
didn't
following
say
Thursday.
a week
so-
later, we said the following week.
Okay.
But also, so on the 24th, what time would it start?
We can
Like,
start earlier though,
We
right?
can start earlier.
Yeah, I
So
can
we-
start as early as 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can do any time
So
on
let's
that
start
day.
it as early as
I would do
reasonably
it
possible.
earlier on that
Chris,
day,
we
if we're
have
gonna do it late
Right,
on
and then
Friday.
do
We'll
later
have
on
to move
Friday.
it.
Yeah. I gotta
So,
meet a few
so
people
we have
that day.
7 interviews, 4 and 3. So
Yes.
4 on Thursday, 3 on Friday, and we'll
I'm gonna
start
add
early on
just,
Thursday.
I'm just putting 10
Or
o'clock
if
on
you
my
have 6,
calendar,
you
'cause
still
that's
do
easy.
If we,
4.
well, we'll
4
budget
and
for
2
7, but
to
we'll,
allow discussion
yes,
time
we'll-
on
I'm
Thursday.
hoping we
Yes,
have
yes.
enough people to
Okay.
narrow
we'd
it
rather
down
see
and
most
narrow
of
it
them
down.
on Thursday.
But we don't have anything, like, when y'all are talking about if we have to bring someone back the following week, I'm just saying, I'm working Wednesday night, so.
But
we
you
won't
probably
do
wanna
that,
do it
right?
like Monday, I mean,
Okay,
I
I'm
mean,
just
even
making sure, I'm
Sunday.
just putting it out there.
Can you tell me the
we-
time?
we did a-
I can't do Monday or Wednesday.
Well, we
Okay,
did,
you know,
it's,
I cannot
we
do
did
Thursday
an
that
answer.
10
week.
on Thursday and
Maureen,
after
we've done
4:30 on
Saturday and
Friday.
Sunday.
We don't know what's there.
Trish isn't available Saturday.
So we
I
can do
Melissa
Sunday.
is
The
in either.
26th is not,
The 28th.
Sunday we
would be
can do
great.
later in the
A lot
day.
of background check for the
that
first
is a
round
resting
guys.
day, ma'am.
And then-
You don't get to
Dig
rest
deeper.
on
No, we've done it on
Hustle.
Sunday before.
God bless it on the 7th day.
The only day I'll bring this picture up.
Me too.
You're gonna
I'll-
need
I'll
it.
send it.
I'm having
We
a
don't
cover
wanna
anniversary
do
on the 31st, so I'm not doing
They should come in
anything.
costume.
I can come with an eye patch and be a pirate.
So we
And
can-
I've
so you're
got
gonna
all the
figure
pirate
us out
gear.
and
Sure.
email us and we'll
We
figure
can
it
do a
out.
closed session before we start an interview
Yes.
in 12
Yes.
minutes.
Let's go.
We can
Yep.
figure this
All
out.
right,
Let
then.
Missy do
Does that
a
work?
poll.
Yes.
Well,
What else do you need from us?
we have round 1, we don't, round 2 cannot be the next day.
No,
It'll be
no,
the next week.
the next week.
And even the next week, you're kind of tight on your schedule,
Okay.
because you're looking at, you can't do Wednesday, Halloween's Thursday, but looking at Monday or Tuesday, that's too tight to turn around for this.
Can we do Tuesday, the 29th?
Tuesday's too tight?
It is, because
you the
We,
next.
we start background checks,
Oh.
Oh,
After
okay.
round one,
well, during round one,
during round
and
one,
we do like another level prior
Right.
to round two.
okay.
How about we do the 4th of November?
Isn't that
Okay.
election day?
No, the
No, that's the
fifth.
Third.
fifth.
Oh, that's Monday, 'cause we can't, I
Well,
assumed
that's
you were
right, it's
doing a
Monday.
Tuesday. And,
Why don't we do Friday the 1st? Oh, because you'll be a pirate? Is that why?
Bruce can drive me, as long as I don't have to drive, I
I'll
should be
come
fine.
get you.
If we do the week of November 4th, it's probably better for the candidates,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe the
But
latter,
But she's gotta work.
I work.
the latter part of that week.
unless we do it on election day, because people,
Well, that's, yeah.
most school divisions are closed, and
Yep, I can do election day.
As long as we do it early.
I can do election day.
I
I can do
classified.
election day.
schools are closed, people are distracted, everybody will either vote early or on
I
a
still have
time
class that
outside.
day.
The riots won't have started.
So let's do it early,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like in the middle of the day.
Because no
Can we
kids
do
will be in
Tuesday the
school.
Yeah.
I'll put that down.
Okey-doke.
If they want the job, they'll come in.
Yeah.
Well, if they're in a
Yeah.
school, they probably aren't
That's the
gonna be.
second round, right?
They
That's
should be
the
at
second
work.
round.
That's when the
round,
ball
yeah.
started anyway, if,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
And then do we want to plan immediately after that second round of interviews to kind of convene and
Decide.
Discuss.
decide, or at least discuss towards a decision?
We usually
Not-
are able, in the past, we've made the decision right after that second interview.
I would imagine.
Just like at that
Yeah.
same day.
Yeah.
Same day,
Yeah.
So
Let-
we'll,
let-
so
let
we'll
me
just
recap.
make
So
sure
we're
to
gonna look at-
build that time into
Okay,
that
let's-
So
particular
on the
day.
Recap.
twenty-fifth, we will have to have a discussion
All right,
about
Missy,
who
you got
wants
our
the
dates
second
and times
interview.
for us?
And
I
then
think-
at the
I think
second
you're
round of
gonna
interviews,
recap
we'll.
what-
I'm trying to
Yes.
recap, so right now what I have, and again, this, I gotta let our guy
Yes.
be good with this. Look at October 15th through 18th, if we can work with your team to create a private portal to house the paperwork and whatnot, then we can do that. The videos, access, we really have to kind of control that.
Yeah.
But you maybe see the paperwork. October 15th through 18th. Meeting on the 18th for you all to finalize which wants to bring back for the interviews.
So maybe the 18th is when you can do the videos with us,
Correct,
right?
correct.
Okay.
And you'll decide which ones you want to bring for the interview on the
Okay.
18th.
Yeah, it's possible that we'll say we don't even want to see some videos, you know, we may.
Right. Rarely has anyone ever watched all the videos,
Right.
Okay.
rarely. And it depends on how many applicants we get.
Sure.
And so round one interviews on October 24th and 25th, and then round two, November 5th. Good?
Yeah.
November,
You
is
will
that
need to
election day?
approve
Yes,
this
yes.
timeline change out there.
Which means we
Right.
have to do it.
Do that,
Okay.
approve this.
I don't think they voted on the
Stand at
initial
the
timeline
window.
change. I don't know,
No,
we don't have to
can't.
vote on the
All right.
timeline change, I think.
Yeah. We just
Gotta
work on
work.
it with you.
Yeah, I know.
Gotta
Okay.
work.
I'd rather do
All right.
that.
But
Thank
content
you.
wise,
About
you're
that
okay with the
one.
language of the,
Yes,
okay, all right,
yes.
okay, perfect.
Thank
Awesome,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
guys.
gonna run to the
Yes.
restroom, but we can read it in or out or whatever.
Go.
Okay, let me read it, Is this one, is this the, okay. I move that the school board convene a closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711 A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss and/or consider the job class and associated compensation for a central office administrator or administrators.
Maya, do you want me to take that with me and put it on your chair?
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Thank you for your patience and your insight.
Yeah.
Need to do
We're-
certification.
Madam Chair, don't we have to read out a closed
Yeah,
session?
read out first.
Before we start the next meeting?
Pursuant to section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia, I move that the closed session held on September 10, 2024 be certified by adopting the following resolution. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Stafford County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Second.
Dr. Chase,
Agree.
Ms. Guy, Ms. Halsted,
Agree.
Ms. Healy,
Agree.
Ms. Randall,
Agree.
Ms. Sigmund,
Agree.
and Dr. Warner.
Agree.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. All right, and there's no action coming out of closed session this evening. We will call this meeting to order, and please rise as we present the colors.
Thank you very much. If we could please call the roll again, please.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Chase?
Present.
Ms. Duku?
Here.
Ms. Guy?
Here.
Ms. Halsted?
Here.
Ms. Healy? Ms. Adedegun is not here. Ms. Randall?
Here.
Ms. Sigmund?
Here.
Is here. And Dr. Warner?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Great. For members of tonight's color guard was commanded by Cadet Lillian Rhodes. We had Maria Hodwonk, Cadet Lillian Haas, and Angela Goodman. The instructors of the Colonial Forge High School JROTC program is Colonel Mark Strong, Sergeant Major Lee Wortham, and Sergeant First Class Philip Roberts. So thank you very much, Colonial Forge Army JROTC. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I would like to motion to approve the agenda with the amendment of adding an action item 9.04 to potentially approve the superintendent profile.
Second.
Okay, all in favor or any discussion? Okay, please cast your votes. Dr. Warner. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Is there any motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, please cast your votes. That motion passes 7-0 as well. Mr. Fulmer, moving forward to our announcement of administrative personnel appointments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to announce somebody that we actually appointed a couple of weeks ago. Miss Ashley Hall will join our team at Falmouth Elementary School as the school's new principal. Miss Hall has been part of Team Stafford for 18 years, first as a teacher at Conway, assistant principal at Park Ridge, and most recently assistant principal at Conway Elementary School. In this role, Ms. Hall has worked with teachers to increase student performance for all students in the areas of science, math, and English on the state SOL assessments. Ms. Hall earned her bachelor's degree in liberal studies and elementary education from Longwood College and her master's of education leadership from American College of Education. Ms. Hall was recognized as Teacher of the Year in 2014 and was Stafford County Assistant Principal of the Year finalist in 2023. Congratulations, Ms. Hall, and please join us and say a few words.
I'm just super excited to be a Falmouth Falcon, and I'm just thankful for the opportunity. I can't wait to work with the community and just everybody at Falmouth. They've been nothing but warm and welcoming, and Mary Foreman here has been just amazing as acting principal and has welcomed me and supported me. It's only been officially a couple of days, but we've been working together before then, but I'm just thrilled and honored to be here, so.
And who did you bring with you?
I brought with me my boyfriend Andy, my son Corey, and my other son William. So.
Thank you. Congrats again.
Thank you.
I would also like to welcome Miss Katie Warner up to the podium to join us. Miss Katie Warner will assume a new position as Director of Student Conduct, ensuring successful implementation of all aspects of the Student Code of Conduct to support student safety and well-being. Ms. Warner has served as principal at Gale Middle School for the last 6 years, has started her career with Stafford Schools as a teacher before moving into assistant principal positions at H.H. Poole and Mountain View High School. Ms. Warner currently serves on the Board of Directors for the Virginia Association of Secondary Principals and recently presented at the Summer Conference. In this role, she served on the Virginia Department of Ed's Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure and on the Teacher of the Year Selection Committee. Ms. Warner earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication and Public Relations from St. John Fisher College and a Master of Education in Educational Leadership, Virginia Commonwealth University. Thank you, Ms. Warner.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for this wonderful opportunity. I have absolutely loved serving the Gale School community for the last 7 years and really look forward to the opportunities to continue on with my role in Stafford County Schools. So thank you all so much. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. We'll move forward with our presentations for the evening, including item 5.01, which will be the results of the community engagement phase of our superintendent search process. Thank you so much for coming in today and presenting this information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, and Mr. Fulmer. Thank you for the chance to work with you guys on this important work. My allergies in Virginia kind of just kicked in right before the meeting started, so we'll try to get through it. Approximately 15 internal and external meetings were held here in Stafford schools community with an estimated 160 stakeholders participating, which is more than a lot of places I've been, less than maybe one place I've been. So you're kind of right at the top there. A very diverse group of folks from the community. Internal groups included principals, cabinet members, licensed staff, non-licensed staff, students as well on the advisory committees, and external groups from business, faith-based, and other community advisory groups as well. The main thing is just having input on the profile of the next superintendent of the schools. Had an online survey of 484 anonymous participants, gave input, looking at prioritizing 5 qualities, and they felt that the first quality would be a community advocate. Second in the rankings was approachable and invisible. Third, experienced educator. Fourth, make and defend decisions. And fifth, strong communicator. And this, the highest participants were current parents and guardians, and followed by staff as well. We looked at a timeline that we're making some adjustments to, so we're working on that, and we'll confirm that, but the dates should be as we discussed, okay? Each of the board members were interviewed by staff from JG Consulting, and what resulted from that was 5 overarching objectives. 1, financial acumen and experience. Second, governance and political astuteness. Third, community engagement and visibility. Fourth, experience with large districts and growth management. And fifth, a focus on student outcomes and special populations as well. We recommend that the board ask for a 90-day entry plan from the successful candidate, and that the board and superintendent, the new superintendent, have a retreat or some type of team building activity. We broke out feedback from the various groups and found that really you were a lot on the same page, as a board, as a community, as staff, as students as well. One thing I would add, the board added as well, was integrity and strong leadership as an attribute, equity and fairness, and delivering on current commitments, in that you don't want someone to come in and just undo everything that you're already doing. Look at what's working, evaluate it before you start bringing up new initiatives. From the staff, the number one was stability. Staff is concerned about the frequent turnover at the leadership level, and they really hope someone will come here with the commitment and capacity, and maybe even permission to stay. Right. Another thing that the staff talked about was support for teachers and staff. Make certain that professional development is available for everyone, and also look at adequate funding for initiatives and salaries. Looked at accountability and discipline from the staff, someone who will advocate for students, but also address behavioral and safety issues effectively. From the community, number one, commitment and stability. The community too is concerned about the frequent turnover of superintendents here. They're looking in terms of 5+ years. Okay? Also, parents want to be seen and heard. Another one that's a little unique, commitment to student well-being, looking at not only mental health, physical health as well for students. We'll list these qualities on the job profile, and with your permission, if this is approved tonight, we will post the position, or the advertisement will open tomorrow, and we'll continue until we have a superintendent hired. We're looking at now, I think the first week or so in November, I think we're looking at that now, right, the adjustments. Any questions?
Does anyone have any questions? Just Dr. Chase?
Comment, thank you so much. We're looking forward to seeing some phenomenal candidates.
I agree.
I think we will. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay. Item 5.02 is the annual report and recommendations from the School Board's Capital Improvement Planning Advisory Committee. Mr. Randall?
It's just a click forward. Just a click through. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the school board, Mr. Fulmer. I'm here to make our presentation as the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. First of all, I'd like to make sure that I recognize those who are on the committee. They have done a tremendous job this year in doing a lot of positive things that have not been done before. And so we're going to highlight some of those things today. You should have a hard copy with you. If not, you can follow along. These are some members of our committee. As you see, we have some vacancies that we are looking to hope that we can get filled in the next couple of months. Many of, as you see, some are in the 2024, some are in the 2025 area. As I said, we have been very involved in the community this year. We have taken steps that have been unprecedented as far as I'm aware of things in the community that we've done to advocate, to help with the purpose that the school board presented to us regarding our community perspectives about the school's planned capital improvement investments, student accommodations, facility renovations, maintenance, so on and so forth. I won't read it. You can read it as easy as I can. The direction that we received at the beginning of 2024 are twofold. Determine and establish new and more effective funding advocacy methods. And I will tell you that 80% of our efforts were focused on that this year. And the second one, to review 3R process and items on the 3R list with attention to prioritization of those major systems and equipment. And we'll talk a little bit about that at the very end of the presentation. But for the most part, I would like to talk to you about our efforts regarding the advocacy methods that we've established. We hope to keep them established as far as making sure people are aware, people, parents, community. So to paraphrase some of the accomplishments that we've had over this year, and we will talk more about these in detail. But first of all, over the winter, spring last year, winter of, I think they started in January through March. We got started a little late. We thought it was a great idea in October, November, and it took us a little while to get the wheels moving into January. But we attended 9 PTO/PTA meetings. We had 6 of our members attend those meetings and make a presentation. Some of them I tend to be a little lengthy, so mine were a little longer. No surprise to anybody who knows me. But the majority of those were very well received. Again, those were to the PTA meetings. We also said, well, where's the most effective way to get in touch with parents? And in the May-June timeframe, we wanted to target the open houses for each of the schools. We combined with the budget committee, which is another new process that the county, I think, could take advantage of. And we were able to get to 20 schools, 20 open houses. Combined with our committee, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. We also, based on our discussions, we added for the first time, or the schools added with Mr. Towery's advocacy, a critical systems line item in the budget. So it has its own line item. So it's not combined with the 3R program, 3R projects. It's been pulled out, and now it's its own line item, critical systems. Although it wasn't funded in fiscal year 25, I think it's something that we should continue to keep in that line, in that budget, so that everyone sees that we need additional funding, not just the 3R funding, but we need additional funding for our critical systems, those things that are major budget items. And then we put together, as part of the open house, we put together a report card, advocacy materials, handouts that we could use currently and in the future to get our message out. The total number of PTO meetings, like I said, were 9. Those are the times and the dates and the number, or the different schools that we were able to attend, and those were the members that were able to get there. These are the things that we discussed. Some we highlighted, some we delved into. The biggest thing that we talked about, as you are aware, is the projected growth for the next 10 years, 600, 700 new students every year. The CIP priorities, the annual 3R underfunding. We brought all those things together. And as you can imagine, many were quite surprised at the scope and the depth of the problem. Open house attendance, here's how the breakdown of the 20 is concerned: 10, 6, and 4, 10 for the elementary, 6 for the middle school, and 4 for the high schools. The advisory committee members, both from the CPAC and for the budget committee, are listed there. Here's some things we talked about. We used a funding report card. We decided to use this report card because we determined that would be the easiest thing for parents to understand. There were not a successful report card for the Board of Supervisors regarding the funding. We broke it down. I'm sure many of you have seen that report card. Call to action postcard that we gave them, put on the refrigerator type card so that they would have something they could refer to. We did take some pictures and put them on an easel board of some deferred items, maintenance items that had shown significant issues. We talked about the Rodney Thompson catastrophic failure. Many had not heard of that. We did defer to that several times. And then for the most part, we spent the rest of the time talking about the extent of the deficit funding. Many are aware of the 1 or 2 years. Many who've just started paying attention said, well, we did get some more money. Well, okay, let's talk a little bit more about that. And so we talked a little bit more about that, and we put some things in place to show them the scope of the issue. As we know, we talked about reactive action rather than proactive action. Proactive action obviously is a better way of moving forward. Few preventative actions, more corrective actions were required. And then, as in the past, when we get $8 million and we have to fix, for example, the Brook Point High School HVAC, and it's a $10 million bogey. Every dollar we get, could conceivably go straight into one project for the entire community, for the entire school system, for the entire year. And that we wanted to highlight. This is an eye chart. I do apologize. I put it in there. It is something that you can refer to later. You may not be able to read any of it on there. I recognize that. But the biggest thing that I wanted to look to was everything at the top line, everything in red is what's being borrowed against our credit to fund 3R projects. As you can see, in 2024, 2025, they did pay us $11 million. But again, that was all on the credit card. There was no check, there was no cash that was provided to us. They just swiped the credit card again to give us $11 million. And then if you look at the bottom, you'll see the assets in the county from 2011 to 2025. 2025, the assets being about $842 million. The industry standard is about 2.5% of that asset value for preventative and corrective maintenance per year, which comes out to about $20 million, $21 million is what it says in 2025. Well, if you take the $21 million, which is what we should get, and you subtract the $6.5 million that we do get, and we add that over the last 15 years, you'll get a deficit for the 3R only projects. I want to highlight that it's a 3R only from 2010 to 2011 to the tune of $123 million. That's the deficit that we live in. Okay? And again, Nobody knows the scope of the issue until you pull it out and you show it on paper, and that's what we did. We were talking about a year, we talked about 5 years, and the decision was made to go back 15 years when we really started having some funding issues. Okay, $123 million simply for the 3R projects. Identified another way, you'll see this graph. What you see in the dark blue is the amount of funding that we should be receiving every year. What you see in the light blue is what we do get every year. Again, some of it is with a credit card. And then what you see in the maroon is the total from 2010 on the bottom to 2025 on the bottom. And if I was to draw a line straight down, it would coincide to a $123 million deficit in our 3R projects over the last 15 years. Okay? And these are some things that we told to the PTO, to the PTAs, to the open house. These are some, the scope of the issue that I wasn't sure many people were aware of. Here is some feedback that we got at the open house. Surprised at the extent of the funding issues. Many who we talked to were like, just tell me what I'm supposed to do. If I could have had them vote the next day, I would have had 100 people lined up ready to vote. It will be an issue waiting for the time, waiting for January, February to get them there and advocate there, but we're going to continue to make an effort. Lack of understanding of how tax dollars are used and how funds are appropriated. Many weren't sure of their magisterial districts. The pictures of the 3R deferred maintenance items got their value across. They were a shock and awe. This isn't going on in my school. Well, yes, it is. We just don't have the actual picture in your school. But I could have 30 of these easels with 6 pictures each and show you the depth of the problem. And then the CPAC being relatively unknown. So the 3R prioritization. So like I said, we spent about 20% of our time on the prioritization, and basically we came up with 3R needs to be prioritized. It needs to be done on an unbiased criteria so that every item that comes to the 3R project list gets identified and prioritized using the same set of criteria, using the same algorithm. That way then, we know based on a certain set of values, what is the highest priority and what is the lowest priority. Now, that obviously doesn't hold you to anything, but it does at least give us a baseline by which we could operate and which we could show a singular way of judging those projects. Should be established using a predetermined criteria. Every item should go through the same algorithm process, then determine and use as a basis for task orders. Again, you pick and choose as you see fit. That's your determination, but at least you would have some idea of where they stand in comparison to each other. One of the things that we also wanted to do, and we think as part of this advocacy, is as well as the critical systems amount that we need, and we recommend that this be part of the presentation every year, that we ask for a $10 to $15 million line item for critical systems. That we ask for the 3R recommended annual funding of $22 million associated with the $843 million assets that we have. But also there's a new idea that we would like to present to you, and that is that you add a line item to your budget, to the school board, that talks about, to the Board of Supervisors, that talks about debt recovery. How do we recover from this $123 million? Right? Is it a wash? Do we just scribble that 123 out and start fresh? I don't know how you do that. So there needs to be some way of recovery. And I think that needs to be a part of the conversation as to how do we recover from this. All right, maybe it's a 15-year recovery plan, and then it's a $8.3 million every year, rather than a $10 million recovery program, a 10-year program. I don't know, that would be on you. But we are very strong in that there is a transparency problem to the community where they don't realize the level of deficit that we're in, and that if we have a deficit, you have a credit card problem. If you have a credit card problem, to get out of debt, you have to put together a recovery plan. I need to get a second job. I need to cut my expenses, whatever the case may be. And this is the message that I think we should send with this recovery plan. Okay? Looking ahead, we would like to establish the annual PTO, PTA, and open house visits as a normal routine way of doing business. We would like to continue it. The PTA and PTOs just started. Now that we've done with this presentation, we can move on to continuing the advocacy that we presented last year. We would like to establish a social media presence for the CPAC. We've worked with your community director and are working on that. Parent surveys, new ways to rally call to action. Again, the school board budget line item for debt recovery, and formalize the need for a 3R prioritization and determine acceptable grading criteria. But again, to the point that we've made before, if I only get $8 million and all I have is critical systems, the $8 million goes like that. And prioritizing 3R projects it could be a wasted effort for that particular year, unless I get the funding I need. All right, summary. The committee has worked well together. We have worked with the budget committee to make these things happen. We have a good committee. Mr. Tyree and Mr. Townsend are wonderful. They've been giving us great support. We truly work well with them and appreciate their efforts with us. We talked to probably, over the PTO, PTA, and open houses, probably 300 or 400 different parents. And that's significant compared to past efforts. Strong message of funding advocacy, set processes in place for future efforts, and then we set a precedent for different advisory committees to work together. That is our presentation, and I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Randall. Does anybody have questions, comments? Dr. Chase?
Yeah, so I'm the board member on this advisory committee, and I just want to say how impressed I've been this past year with just what Mr. Randall has brought in terms of the advocacy that was done. And it was really, I think, very effective and a really great approach. So, yeah, I just want to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Chase.
I just want to say thank you. I've been saying since I've got on the board that we have no sustainable mechanism for funding 3R. So the hole keeps getting deeper. We keep digging. And so our prioritization tends to be on what's broken. It's a reactive process, not a proactive process.
We totally agree.
And I think I agree I'm glad you pointed that out. So I do appreciate all the work you've done. I think, knowledge is power, and I think you've helped educate the community and show where the problems are. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ms. Randall?
Yes, no relation. But I did want to say that I got to attend the joint advisory meetings just as a citizen, and I was very impressed with how the budget and the CIP work together. That is a really great idea that you all put together, and I really enjoyed sitting and listening in on that meeting as well. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
And I want to thank you as a member now of the liaison for the Budget Committee and former liaison to your committee,
Yes.
For that working together, because I think you've pulled the resources and you're able to reach out, broader scope than you would individually. And it's a powerful message that you have. I just have a question about the, where the definition debt recovery came from, because that implies that, there was some kind of a debt. I know it's an underfunding issue, but how did you come up with that? I'm curious.
That's my term. You can call it anything you want. I just think that as we talked about it, the importance of developing and implementing and funding some type of a recovery. You can call it an underfunding recovery plan, you can call it whatever. To me, this is where we should be, this is where we are. And what that gap, what you call that gap, I don't think it matters. To me, it's a debt that the county owes the board to properly maintain and to maintain our schools, you know, to keep preventative maintenance rather than corrective maintenance. You know, a pay me now, not a pay me later type thing. So you can call it whatever you want. I'm not tied to the debt recovery, but I do think that it's something that we should definitely highlight.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting another name. I was curious where that came up from because technically it's not a debt. It's something that we're saying should have come and didn't come. But really, prior to Dr. Taylor, there was no one that put a dollar figure, you know, on the annual. Dr. Taylor, because of his background in finance perhaps, you know, gave us a formula that was used in the industry and took a percentage of the value of our assets and said this is how much we should have every year. So I don't want to mischaracterize the position of the supervisors, you know, in saying that we've had this ongoing debt and it's there. So that certainly the committee can use any reference it wants for that. But I would suggest that we look at that because really what we need to be doing is looking forward. We can, you know, we're looking at the past and what we need to catch up with. But I think we want to certainly try to work together with the county to come up with a plan so that we can fund these projects that absolutely need to be funded. So that's all. I was curious about the, you know, where it came from. I should have, you know, thought that must be a Bart Randall thing.
It wouldn't be the first
But
time.
thank you, Mr. Randall, for all your work. I know how hard you work and how much you put into it and your leadership on the committee.
Thank you.
So I definitely appreciate the work you guys put into this. I respectfully disagree. I think we have to have a number assigned to the value of what we've lost over the course of these years by not fixing these issues as they arise. And that's what this is for me, which is we have got to find a way to literally recover from the work that's not been done over the course of all of these years, because we're swimming upstream with a 90-pound backpack of whatever all the time. Just a couple of things I wanted to say. So I appreciate the reality of like putting numbers and values and assigning numbers and values to the issue, because I think that's the way we drive this home to people. This is how far behind our buildings actually are, because we have a Rodney Thompson, which proves to us that what happens when you just continue to let these things accumulate over and over and over again. So the dollar amount for me is.
My thing was the word debt. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but I also think that debt could have multiple meanings as well, and in this particular case, I think it does. But anyway, I also think it's really interesting, and I want to point out, and this was part of some of my comments later too, is you make the point that parents were surprised about the Rodney Thompson incident and that they felt there was sort of a lack of transparency. And I really want to point out that there is no lack of transparency from this board. We have come forward time and again, and we have a very bad habit here of people only paying attention when it's an individualized complaint without actually realizing that everything that happens in this system at every level affects their child. And so I don't know how to beg parents to really start paying attention to the level of detail that you all put in, time and effort that you put into this. I get everybody has time constraints. Sure. I have them too. I don't have time to put my nose to the ground every second. But we can't have people constantly coming to us in budget season saying, well, it's the same thing every budget season, and we're asking the same things from people, and we're being as open as we can. And this board in particular has said multiple times, we've never asked for a want. We've only ever asked for a need. We put all our wants on the back shelf so that we could focus on our needs. And I have to have parents take that message home with them, because we're seeing the issues that we have with our transportation system and the lack of funding to be able to support that and the growth of that. So the trickle-down effect or the snowball effect of all that comes from people paying attention all of the time. And so to your credit, you're forcing them to take attention, and that means a lot. I think that's a step that everyone should, all of our committees. I've been saying forever, I want the Shack to have wings, and we're getting wings. You guys already got them, and I appreciate that more than you'll ever know, because parents really have to understand the dire straits that this school system is in terms of trying to catch up from being left behind. And that's all I wanted to say. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Ms. Guy?
My thing isn't working. Hi, Bart. I thought that was a great presentation. I want to say thank you to yourself and to everyone on your committee. I thought this was fantastic. I was nervous when y'all did the report card, just because I want the Board of Supervisors to always like us and like our students and like everything, but I get it. I think,
blame it on me, it's fine.
but it needed to happen. If I was just a citizen on there, I would have been like, yeah, let's do it, and let's put, emojis and stuff. So I think it was a great idea. The way you have explained this is so simple. Everyone can understand it. I mean, the $123 million, that is insane. And it does come from industry standards, which is what we should be basing our information off of. I think that is an intelligent thing to do, is to put the information out there for the public, and either parents are going to wake up or they're not. But at the end of the day, it's the students and the staff that suffer from the apathy. So we're at a tipping point. We need 50 million more of you out there in Stafford to get the parents to wake the heck up. Because again, the apathy is what's really hurting our students and our staff. The 3R debt recovery amount thingamajiggin that we'll talk about to put it into into our budget, at first that was throwing me too, just because of debt, and my brain was stuck on debt funding and debt services, so I would just call it 3R funding recovery. But at the end of the day, that is so smart to put that in there too, because that needs to be a conversation. If we don't put it in, we need to have a conversation, not with us, right? And we've been saying that, but we don't have the conversation, mostly because we're only allotted very little amount of time to speak with the board publicly and officially, which is a huge problem. Maybe you can fix that as well. But I thought this was fantastic. I know the amount of time you guys put into it. I had some of your committee members come to a PTA meeting or a meeting that I did, and it was phenomenal. And so I just I hope everyone on your board feels as proud as I am of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to add my thank you and congratulations, because I do think it was a great exhibit for our families. I didn't see the report card until I was at open house for my kid. So it was shock and awe for me, and I've seen it before. But to see it in that format, in that scale. And then I did want to circle back to the term debt. And this committee, for illustrative purposes and to make it a little easier for the public to digest, uses the 2.5% kind of ballpark. But what we do have for 10 years is an itemized list every year of what we need or what we're asking for our 3R. And it will get from, this school's phase 1 of HVAC repair right on down to replacement of playground at, the big and the little. And we do that 10 years in advance. So this is, for what we can control, this is not a surprise. This is something that they are given a very long runway to figure out how to fund. And the amounts are generally about the same amount within a few $1,000,000. So it's not like we have 50 million one year and then 10 million another. They hover right around between 10 and $15 million a year. So it isn't just a flat percentage we're asking for to kind of spend willy-nilly. We are providing every year an itemized list that we update every year, and that it is a rolling 10-year list, so that everyone knows on the community level, on the funding side, and here locally, what projects we're going to be focusing on. Of course, when we have a Rodney Thompson situation or some other more pressing need arises, as tends to be the case when you have as many buildings as we do, with the population that we have, the growing population that we have, those things do change. But this is not just we take a percentage of a number that is arbitrarily set by someone else. This is very strategic and planned out. And that's why it is so important to get every dollar we ask for, because we know what it's gonna cost, or we hope we know what it's gonna cost, once we are able to actually get the funding and do the work. It's not like we're just asking for a flat amount of money and we'll spend what we get. When we don't get what we are asking for, we are actually pushing off jobs. Work that needs to be done in buildings where our children are, where our employees are, where our community is, because we use, Parks and Recs uses our schools, churches use our schools, all sorts of community organizations use our schools, and we need to keep these maintained, and the debt isn't to this board, the debt isn't to Mr. Randall or to the committee, it is to the community, to make sure that our assets that were originally bought with taxpayer money are maintained with the taxpayer money, so that we don't fall into a state of disrepair and then they become a loss, all that investment, until it gets to the end of its useful life, sometimes beyond in some cases, but we need to stay on top of making sure our buildings are cared for, because that is, an asset we cannot ignore. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to also make sure that my committee, they're wonderful, and they're involved, engaged, and I couldn't ask for a better committee, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to 5.03 is the annual report and recommendations from the school board's gifted advisory committee. Thank you very much for being here today.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, Mr. Fulmer. How are you all doing tonight? Fabulous. I do not have any charts and graphs to share with you.
Thank you.
My name is Michael McFarland. I'm here representing the Gifted Advisory Committee tonight, coming to you from the Aquia District. So talk a little bit about our committee and what we do and kind of what we were asked to do, and then talk about what we actually did and what we think you all should do to help us out. So, like I said, we're the Gifted Advisory Committee. We have a very interesting makeup of participants and committee members. So, I'm a parent of 2 gifted children. We have other parents. We have educators on our committee, and we also have members of the public who don't have a direct affiliation with the school division. So it's a really interesting, broad perspective of people that are there, but all people who genuinely care very much about the, services that we're providing to our gifted students. Our charter, or what we've been asked to do generally, is to kind of keep tabs on the gifted programs offered by the school division. And see where we can recommend changes that will help benefit the students and the teachers who help those students. So that was the introduction. We move on from that. This year, and also last year, we were asked to focus on middle school. So that's really a broad area of focus, right? As a parent of a now freshman in high school, we've kind of seen what it looks like when you go from the elementary school delivery model to the middle school delivery model. It's a little bit different, to say the least. And, so we dove into that a little bit. So what we did is we did a lot of listening this year. So we realized in one of our early meetings that we had with, again, our very wide variety of committee members, that we didn't even really necessarily understand on the same page what a gifted student was. So there are high-achieving students, there are gifted students, and sometimes those are the same students, and sometimes they're not the same students. So in representing the gifted population, we really needed to focus in on what those gifted students were and what their unique needs were. Our sponsor, Ms. Keesall, gave us some very excellent information and feedback and really educated us on what it was that we were dealing with and kind of got rid of some of the misconceptions and got it down to kind of more facts on things. And what we really spent the majority of our time doing this year was we met with people that were involved in delivering gifted education to middle school students. So we met with administrators. They spent time and came to talk to us. We met with gifted resource teachers who also spent time and came to talk to us. And we did this on 2 or 3 different occasions on our monthly meetings. And we really learned a lot about the delivery program, a lot about the different needs of the students that are involved. One of the things that's come up repeatedly, and this is very good praise for Stafford County Schools, is that we do have gifted resource teachers at every single school. I think a lot of parents maybe don't know that. I think a lot of parents that do know that probably take that for granted, but it's a really big deal. And the gifted resource teachers we have are phenomenal, right? Like, they are in it for the students. They are dedicated professionals. We didn't make any that we didn't like. Like, they all had lots to share. They all had stories to tell us, and they were all very, very dedicated. We're also very aggressive at screening. Now, this kind of works 2 directions. But it's fantastic because we really don't want to withhold services from any students who those services should be delivered to. So we have multiple times during their academic career within Stafford County where we look at them over and again to see, hey, did we maybe miss this person last time around? With the military and government presence around here, we have a relatively transient population. It could be they came into Stafford County from a different school division. They haven't been identified. We want to make sure that we do identify them accurately. One drawback to this is screening takes time. Again, having gone through the screening process with 2 of my own children, it's a bit intensive. And I look at it as a parent as being intensive on me, and I know the level of intensity that I have with that doesn't even pale in comparison to what the gifted resource teachers and the classroom teachers and the administrators and the counselors are all having to do for that. So, I mean, there is some overhead, but we've decided that's worth the investment to make. And again, I think that's a positive thing. This last year was a little bit of an interesting time. Again, I have now a freshman at Mountain View High School. Last year was bizarre because it was when all the specialty programs kind of came to be a thing, and now all the 8th graders from last year are like, what are we going to do with our life? So the gifted resource teachers were actually very helpful in the middle schools about helping those students navigate, right, what they wanted to do. Are they going to go to school with their friends who they've known? Are they going to go somewhere completely different? How are they going to make that decision? And having a resource for those students to help them navigate that was awesome. We had some good recognition. 2 of our schools did really well in the NASA Tech Rise competition, and were recognized for doing that. And one of the other things that I personally found to be really an awesome thing to go to was the Gallery of Discovery that was hosted. It was awesome because you had gifted students from every grade level who were able to choose something that they were personally passionate and interested in, and you're able to see that come out of them. But you also got to see them learn how to talk to other people, right? They got to practice a lot of skills that they may not get to practice on a regular basis. And I think to say there was a lot of energy in both of those buildings at any given time during that experience is probably an understatement. So these are all things that we're doing really well at. Again, though, so our focus this year was to help see what else we can do for middle school students. So the first thing, and this came out, I think, both within personal experiences we had within our group, and also from the feedback that we got from the educators, was the transition from elementary to middle school is not easy, right? And I think a lot of us as parents probably all know that transition is not easy because we were all in middle school at one point in our life too, and most people don't look back and say, man, I wish I could go back to middle school. Right? So that transition is difficult. That transition within the GATES program is also very interesting because a lot of those students are very accustomed to having that relationship, a very close relationship with their GATES teacher at the elementary school level because they go to pull out with that individual, right? They see them all the time. And the delivery model at the middle school level is not the same. Other areas that we've seen that we would like to see more opportunities for middle school students is kind of getting into independent study, deep dive, exercises, kind of our critical thinking, problem solving types of things. So not, right, acceleration, right, but depth, right? How do we give them opportunities to be able to dig deeper and think more critically? Some of these things are problematic. So like we do know that there are some schools where they offer independent study courses, but due to scheduling challenges, kids want to take things like band. So maybe they're going to go and take band instead of doing independent study. They have to make that decision. And also at the middle school level, the gifted resources teachers are responsible for a lot more students, right? So they really don't have that opportunity on a regular basis to get that one-on-one time with those students. Not really sure there's a whole lot we can do about that, right? But it is a thing that we've observed to where they don't have that relationship they're used to having. Again, speaking toward the middle school to high school transition, you know, helping those students gain organizational skills. In our meetings, we discuss term executive function a lot. I found out it's something that I don't have a lot of times. I'm struggling with it as an adult, but I look at it and I'm like, oh, okay, that's where that came from. That's fun. But getting them prepared for the rigors of their high school careers, getting them prepared to be organized, getting them to the ability where they can balance, you know, multiple activities and balance their time. You know, how do we help them with that as well so they can be successful? And then opportunities to kind of enhance them as citizens of our community, right? How can they give back and how can we deliver them some opportunities to do that? So we came up with a couple recommendations that we have for your consideration tonight. Fair warning, we may not be done making recommendations for the year yet. We have the misfortune, I guess you'll call it, of presenting our annual results and report in September. Our term runs through December. We're not done. So we still may have more ideas that we come up with, and we'll forward those on to you when we identify them. So one of the things that we came up with was a peer mentoring program. So one of the main components of our county's gifted plan is giving our students opportunities to interact with their peers, right? Intellectually like-minded peers, other students who understand who they are, who kind of, you know, they get them, have an easier conversation. So one of the ideas we had was pairing up 8th graders with 6th graders as they come into the middle school, giving them a buddy, right? Trying to identify someone they can have that personal relationship with. And kind of somebody who can not hold their hand, but kind of explain to them what they can expect, right? This is a different place. This is how things work here, right? Things like that. Idea behind it, encouraging positive relationships. And if it works, assuming the stars align, right, and these two individuals also matriculate to the same high school, they would also have somebody at the high school level that they have a pre-existing relationship with. So we think that would be a really positive thing. Looking to increase their emotional intelligence. Some gifted students struggle in that area, some don't, but you know, giving them that, and also creating healthy social networks and environments so they kind of have a support system built in a little bit. Beyond that, we talked about this a little bit last year in our report, but offering some kind of summer enrichment things. We don't really have a lot of ideas on how to do things differently or better during the school year, right? Kids have extracurricular activities, they have courses that they have to take. There's just not a lot of time in the day. But some of the things we came up with were some summer options that we would have to kind of augment existing opportunities the students have in the summertime. Want to be able to promote, again, independent study, research, problem solving, collaboration, things along those lines. So the two that we came up with, one of them, and these are very general ideas, right, was a data science centric exercise. These would both be about a week long. This particular one would focus on experimental design, data gathering, but also, right, in like how do you create a team? How do you work together? How do you collaborate with your peers? They would need to present something at the end of it, right? So it kind of touches on a lot of these areas, but it needs to be interesting, it needs to be fun, right? So applied, right, mathematics. What are you going to do with this stuff that you are learning in school? things along those lines. The second one was a Model UN program. So this was going to give them kind of some background on the UN. Why is it a thing? What does it do? How does it work? And then having a simulation activity at the end of this where the students represent an organization and it works like a typical Model UN simulation would. So these are both very different types of options we have. We recognize some students may be interested in both, some may be interested in one or the other. It's kind of about giving additional opportunities to a wide variety of children and students. So a couple things that I want to address to the board as limitations or concerns that we have on our committee. We got really good participation and feedback from middle school, like I said, educators, administrators. So we're getting that piece of the feedback. One of the things that we would like to hear more from are middle school students. So we have a high school student on our committee, or we're getting another one. Finding a method to get feedback from existing middle school students, say, hey, what's your experience like? I mean, I know some, but it's kind of a more formal thing. And also talking to their parents about what's your experience been like, so that we can have a more well-rounded understanding and representation of what we have going on with that. Additionally, we are struggling a little bit on representation within our committee. I don't have an exact number for you. I want to say we're down by almost half on committee members. So, you know, that raises issues of representation from different districts, and certainly like having a very robust, strong committee is going to bring us more variety of ideas. You know, it's very beneficial for all of us. So we would like some support in trying to advocate for membership in the committee, you know, helping us get the word out that we're here. So what do I have for that? That's really all I have for you tonight. I do want to say thank you to, what are we doing? There you go. A handful of people. First and foremost, I really want to take this opportunity to thank, again, the educators and administrators that came and spent their time talking to us. We learned so much from them, you know, and their experience, helping us understand, like I said, their perspective on things. I want to thank Star Keesaw. She's been great for helping us understand things, also kind of helping us herd things in directions when we've needed it a little bit. She's been very, very useful, giving her time as well when we have our meetings in the evening to come out here. And I want to thank Ms. Randall over here. It's been an absolute pleasure, you know, hearing your end of things. She's been very involved with our discussions, as involved as anybody on the committee, always has questions, always has, you know, something to add to things, and it's really been great. And also giving us kind of some insight on how the school board works. You know, as a parent, I don't really know how the school board works. I kind of guess, you know, and she's like, no, we discuss things this way. So understanding kind of what we're feeding into has been incredibly valuable. So thank you for that. Beyond that, thank you to the members of my committee. You know, they're all doing their best. They're showing up. They're, you know, having good discourse. We have great conversations, and everybody's very passionate. So it's nothing but a pleasure to be a part of.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Jolene, do you have anything?
I'll go. Oh, sorry. So it really piqued my interest when you started talking about the Model UN 1 week summer program, because I am a huge Model UN nerd. Brook Point's Model UN has grown substantially in the past year. We were gavelled multiple times at OU committee. We had our biggest committee, like, just like the awards proportionate to our club. It was really great. We got gavelled in the majority of the committees. I think it was 10 out of 11. So being an executive officer of Model UN, I definitely, like, found a passion in these kind of like global relations, international relations kind of like niche. So definitely anything Model UN related, especially matriculate or going down into that middle school level and helping be like kind of like a mentor. That's something our club has been discussing. So like anything like pertain to that, like feel free to contact me because I'd be so on board to help you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Chase, did you have anything? So I'm just sort of interested in when you were doing all of this listening and talking with middle schools, did you find that there is a consistent middle school delivery model across all 8 middle schools?
I think it was mostly consistent. I mean, I think it's changed. Reaching into personal experience with things, the middle school schedule has changed, I feel like every year for the last 3 in some variety, and that's directly impacted the delivery model and the availability for face-to-face time with the gifted resource teachers.
Right. I just asked because back in the day, I recall that middle schools differed, and same thing with elementary schools, differed in how things were delivered depending upon who was the principal at that school. And I was also very much aware, having had principals come visit the advisory committee when we were there and saying, look, if there's a fire, our focus is not going to be gifted and talented students. Our focus is going to be students who are affecting our ability to pass the SOLs. So I certainly hope that that is not, I hope we have enough bandwidth for everybody now. And I am curious what that middle school program looks like and if indeed it is consistent across our 8 middle schools. But thank you so much for serving on the committee and all of that. Yeah.
Dr. Warner?
Thank you. I appreciate your efforts and all the work that our committees do. I just want to put a plug in. Please apply. We have lots of openings on most of our committees, I think. And it is an opportunity for parents to be heard and to participate in the process, and they do offer good recommendations for the committees. I think that I like the idea of the summer enrichment programs. I think especially kids have a tendency to sometimes get bored in the summer, and and I could see expanding it to things like debate or presentations or other things so it's not necessarily focused. Data research would be a little hard in a week. But I like the Model UN, and it sounds like even the high school might be willing to provide some mentors for that. So that would be a great experience. Thank you.
Ms. Halsted? I'm sure.
They're ignoring this side of the dais first. Anyway, I just was laughing up here because you said mathematics and fun in the same sentence, and I've never done that before. So I was really impressed that happened. But no, actually, peer mentoring for me, I'm all about that. I love the thought of utilizing and empowering the older kids to help the younger kids to get through things, because especially the high schoolers really having already been through it. And I hope we're able to really get some focus on that as an activity that we're supporting from 8th to 6th grade, but also from even 9th and 10th, or our juniors and seniors who are looking for some volunteer hours or for some things to do. I would love to see us be able to support that connection. And the only other thing I had is for the summer programs, were you talking about that being, an individualized, it sounded almost like a camp in my head, right? Like as you were saying it, I was like, oh, summer camp. So is that sort of the thing that you were looking for, or tying it into our summer school model?
We were looking to tie it into the summer school model, so you could use, not tying it in directly, but being able to use the same infrastructure, same transportation, same buildings, right? I mean, understanding you're gonna need additional staff to be able to support that, but trying as much as we could to leverage existing, resources for things.
Yeah, great. I mean, I just wanted the clarification. I think it's a great idea, and I think it's anything that can get our kids off their phones in the summer is a win for me, and I'm voting for it. So thank you so much.
Ms. Healy?
I was thinking when you gave your presentation that some things don't change much, because my daughter graduated in 2011, which means she was in high school for 4 years, back it up for 7 years, and it comes to 2004 more or less in middle school, and this report could have applied then too. So I think the way you've presented it is very clear, and I think it gives us an opportunity to make some progress. There's really very little cost associated with your suggestions, which is refreshing because we don't have that much money to spend. And I would, ask our superintendent to look into whether we are able to talk about implementing these recommendations for the upcoming summer. It sounds like there's some consideration and, what the potential cost would be and the impact. But rather than wait, for another year, let's catch these kids while they're still there, because I saw a drop somewhat in the level of services, not because of the teachers, but just because of the difference in the delivery. And as you pointed out, they don't have that, that same, level of time with the gifted teacher in middle school as they do in the elementary. So I think any improvements we can do to enhance the opportunities would be very well received. And overall, the suggestion for the mentoring program and some of these opportunities is just going to help the environment, throughout the school. And I particularly like the citizenship, approach as well, because that's something that will follow these students with them, for the rest of their lives. So thank you for a very, well presented and thought out report. And it's so nice to get this report early in the year as opposed to in the summer when it's almost, it's too late to do anything, for that year. And by the time the next year rolls around, we're swamped with other, demands. So thank you, and please thank your committee.
Thank you.
And I want to, echo some of my colleagues', suggestions. If anyone's interested in serving on a committee, please send your application to our clerk, Ms. Hall, because we have vacancies, whether people are moving or, other issues come up that, make them not able to serve on the committee, or they're put off because they haven't come to the meetings, or maybe because of the same reasons. But we have vacancies, so please don't hesitate to apply for those, because we make appointments at every one of our meetings. Thank you.
Ms. Randall?
Thank you. This was my first time serving on this advisory, and I like to move around to different advisory committees because I learn a lot. And I did have a gifted child, and we had a lot of struggles with that. But it was interesting to sit in the meetings and hear some of the struggles that I had were similar to some of the ones that other members were sharing. But also even listening to the principal from Dixon Smith was there, Mr. Bathke, talking about how the start of the year, what it's like for them. And that was eye-opening for the things that the kids need, and hearing the committee have input on ideas that would be helpful and resourceful for the kids. So I really appreciated just hearing it, learning it, and I always come with a lot of questions too, and I appreciate all the help and the answers that I get as well. I will say, I'm so glad, Ms. Healy, you wanted to know about these recommendations, because I put it on our retreat. So, you'll see it again.
I think you have the board support. It's the guy with the funding that we need to get on board.
I have, for our retreat, us to discuss some of the advisory ideas that we have, and also to get straight on where we need them to maybe fill in some information for us as well. So I do appreciate allowing me to be part of this team, because I learned a lot, and I'm extremely interested. And the middle school is such a, when my kids were in middle school, it was not done 9 different ways in the 9 years they were there. I can appreciate that middle school frustration for the way, it changes how it's done and when it's done. And but I do appreciate having this committee to make sure that things stay in place for our middle schools and of course the elementary and the high school. But I know your focus was on middle school. So yeah, I have a lot of questions we'll be talking about at retreat. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ms. Guy?
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. That was a great presentation. I too have had middle school whiplash with my students who were in middle school some years ago, and a couple of them were gifted. And I think this was the first advisory committee I actually ever volunteered for, actually, because my children just were always trying to quit the gifted program. We called it Focus back then, because I don't know. But I do know that the way it was done, and then it was done differently. Like, I know that the presentation of it was not working particularly for my students, but I love the idea of like a camp. I was thinking of the same thing, because we could use the transportation and the summer school, and, but then you said, and then we'll need more staff, and then that scared me because money. But what if we could get, private industry experts to come in and give some of their time, right? I don't know. I'm not sure if we're allowed to do that, but I figure it's like we could talk about it, right? Mr. Fulmer, we can make that happen, just fingerprint everybody. And so I think it's a great idea. Well, we have so many agencies around us, right? So I think it's a great idea, and I'm glad that it is on our retreat, so we can make it happen, hopefully, fingers crossed. But thank you so much, and I love the fact that you mentioned that we need people on these advisory committees. I actually just made a social media post last week saying we have openings, and oh, did you steal that post? Well, good for you. And so, if anyone wants to go to my Facebook page, because I'm old, so I'm on Facebook, and the link is there for you to apply. You don't have to just be in a choir, but you can just apply. And if you don't know what your district is, just apply anyway, and we'll figure it out for you and get you plugged in somewhere, because we definitely need the support of our community members, whether you're a parent or a staff member or a student or just a community member. We desperately need your help. Thank you.
I wanted to add my thanks. I also wanted to add that Gifted Advisory was where I started as well 8 years ago. I've had a gifted middle schooler for the past 5 years and more to come. I currently have a gifted middle schooler. He just started. So I would reach out to me with questions or concerns as well, because as a parent, I certainly see the need for this. I've seen improvements in this space. The things that are high points in your presentation are things that 8 years ago, we didn't have. We didn't have a gifted resource teacher in every building. And when the board at the time approved the gifted resource teacher in every building, the committee came up and said, well, now we need to do the universal screener because we have a gifted resource teacher in every building, and that's become how we are so rigorous at identifying and providing services to kids we may have originally missed when we've got shared staff over multiple buildings. So these are things that come from the community feedback in the Gifted Advisory Committee, and specifically now, but in really any of our advisory committees. So please, people who are paying attention and who do care about the things that are going on in our buildings and our community, this is a great way to spend your time and to help us fill in the gaps to make marked improvement for all of our students, our teachers, and our community. I am really excited about the peer mentoring model. That's a great idea. That's probably right what my kid needs. I also have an 8th grader, but I wouldn't put them together. And we used to have a focused summer camp pre-COVID, and it was focused on the elementary kids, but they brought the older kids down, and it was a week, and it was just mornings or something, and it was really cool, there was one on puzzles and escape rooms. I had a cardboard roller coaster in my house for a very long time that summer that was built at a focused summer camp. So even something like that would be kind of fun for these kids and give the opportunity to for some of the older kids to come down and support the younger kids and kind of share the passion that they have for a particular subject in a way that is maybe less labor intensive on the grown-ups in the room if they're there to kind of be the safety mechanism, as it were, and not necessarily the instructional lead. Might be a great way to support both, multiple levels of students here. So I'm really excited about discussing these at the retreat. Thank you for putting it on the agenda. And thank you again to you and your committee for the work that you do for us.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, awards and recognitions.
All right, good evening, school board members and Mr. Fulmer. This evening, we'll recognize students and staff that epitomize our values of students, integrity, respect, community, opportunity, and excellence. Will Moncure Elementary School lead teacher David Vita and Widewater Elementary visual arts teacher Courtney Hupman please join us at the podium. The school board of Stafford County acknowledges the importance of arts education encompassing disciplines such as dance, music, theater, and visual arts. According to Every Student Succeeds Act, arts education is considered an essential part of a complete and well-rounded education. It fosters critical thinking, creativity, discipline, collaboration, cross-cultural understanding, all of which contribute to academic success across various subjects. Furthermore, arts education has been shown to improve attendance and graduation rates, preparing students for colleges, careers, and responsible citizenship. Beyond the classroom, it also promotes personal growth, civic participation, and community engagement. In recognition of its significance, the school board designates September 8th through the 14th, 2024 as Arts and Education Week throughout the school division, reaffirming its commitment to the development of well-rounded students. Thank you. Will Chrissy Blankenship, Coordinator of School Social Work, please join us at the podium? The week of September 8th through the 14th has also been designated as National Suicide Prevention Week. During this period, individuals, organizations, and communities nationwide unite to raise awareness about suicide prevention. Recognizing the warning signs of suicide, engaging in open dialogue, and utilizing available resources are vital steps in saving lives. The Stafford County School Division is dedicated to creating a supportive environment that prioritizes mental health and well-being. To this end, the board proclaims September 8th through 14th as Suicide Prevention Week within the school division. The proclamation emphasizes the school board's commitment to providing comprehensive mental and emotional support to all students, families, and staff. Thank you. All right, well, Marquita Brown, Attendance Services Coordinator, please join us at the podium. The School Board of Stafford County recognizes the critical role of regular school attendance in ensuring student achievement and success. Chronic absenteeism, defined as missing 10% or more of school days, is a key indicator of academic difficulties and higher dropout rates. This issue disproportionately affects low-income and minority students who may face additional challenges such as unreliable transportation, lack of access to health care, and unstable housing. To address these issues, the school board is committed to reducing chronic absenteeism through community collaboration and targeted efforts, ensuring that all students have an equal opportunity to thrive academically, emotionally, and socially. Therefore, the school board designates September 2024 as Attendance Awareness Month, reaffirming its commitment to improving student attendance and closing the achievement gap. All right. Will Colonial Forge teacher Erica Cantu Glaive please join us at the podium? National Hispanic and Latino Heritage Month, observed from September 15th to October 15th, 2024, celebrates the rich histories, cultures, and contributions of the Hispanic and Latinx community. This month honors the achievements of those whose ancestors originate from North America, Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Many Latinx Americans trace their roots to the indigenous peoples of the Americas, including the Arawaks, Aztecs, Incas, Maya, and Tainos, as well as to Spanish explorers and Africans who were enslaved in the New World. The School Board of Stafford County proudly acknowledges the invaluable contributions of Hispanic and Latinx students, families, and community members to the school district and the broader community. In recognition of the importance of diverse cultural backgrounds, the school board designates September 15th through October 15th, 2024 as Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month throughout the school division. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.01 on the agenda is the Student Representatives Report.
Good evening, Stafford County. So it's September. School has been back in session for about a month now. So I've been able to see physically the results of these new policies and action. And because of this, I decided to collaborate with Jenny, and we plan to send out a survey to get the consensus of and just a general feel of these policies from students, parents, teachers, and just all stakeholders in Stafford County. I also went ahead and took liberty of Governor Youngkin's online forum where he took advice from Virginia citizens and school board members like me. And so I went ahead and just gave my input onto that, and hopefully by September 15th, we'll have an update on that as to where they plan to go forward from that. In addition to that, we have officially started the Student Rep Monthly Minute that has been officially broadcast across the county schools, and it's been generally met with positive feedback, so that should be continued throughout December, and hopefully when the new student rep is appointed, that's something that is continued as well. And we have continued to try and increase this in comment among students and just increase their civil participation. The details are being hashed out with the media team. However, that information should be coming up on Students of Stafford on our media account. Thank you.
Okay, Maureen is not here, so we're going to move on to 8.1, citizen comments. Do I have to read that whole thing? Okay, citizen comments. 3 minutes are allotted to each speaker or group. Speakers shall identify themselves by name and organizational affiliation if the spokesperson represents an organization. Speakers shall also announce the purpose or topic of their comment. Citizen comment which is profane, abusive, or which threatens imminent physical harm shall be ruled out of order by the chairperson. Do you want to finish? Okay. Individuals who would like to address the school board during this meeting are required to sign up no later than 6:50 p.m. on the meeting date. A printed sign-up sheet will be made available between 4:50 p.m. and 6:50 p.m. on the meeting date in the foyer of the school board chamber. However, citizens wishing to sign up early may do so via the online sign-up sheet, and that's on the website, or by contacting the school board clerk, Melissa Hall.
Thank you. You can call the first name.
Madam Chair, you have 4 citizens signed up. The first will be Michael Schultz, followed by Julius Jackson, Keith Finders, perhaps, and then Shamgar Connors.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman, or Madam Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman. My name is Michael Schultz, as she indicated, and I'm here to discuss transportation. I do not represent any particular organization, just a concerned parent. As was indicated earlier, we are about in week 5 of the school district, or of the school year, and I can say that at least transportation that my daughter has been riding on has been pretty consistently horrible and inconsistent in pretty much all aspects, either a delayed bus that doesn't show up, communication either from the K through 12 app or the Ride app. We're kind of at our wit's end because it's becoming darn near impossible for us and the people on our route in our neighborhood to plan in the morning or the afternoon when their kids are going to get to school, home from school, and everything in between. So we get all the emails, all the notifications, the text messages and everything, and like even just today, she's at Stafford Elementary, there was kids that were still at the school 2 hours and 45 minutes after dismissal, at least according to the text alerts. That just seems really, really, really kind of obscene and absurd and ridiculous. So I don't see transportation as a topic of discussion on the agenda for tonight, and I was not obviously part of the meeting that was held earlier, so I don't know if there was any further discussion, regarding any, potential solutions. I don't know if it's more buses, more drivers, more routes, more whatever, but I just wanted to bring that up, and I don't know if there's any other parents out here that are going to discuss that matter, but I think it's been pretty darn bad this year based on other parents that I've talked to and, from all around the school district. So that's all I have, and I yield the rest of my time back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Julius Jackson.
Good evening, board members, fellow citizens. You're not the only one regarding transportation. Hartwood District talked with Ms. Halstead and Dr. Chase on a couple of issues. So I want to address transportation and also bring up CGS. Before I get to those things, I do want to say kudos on the cell phone policy this year. Maybe I'm the odd duck out, but I think that was a very good thing. Looking at student safety, overall security, academic integrity, and student health, the cell phone policy limiting the use during the school day has been a very good thing. For transportation, it has been an unmitigated disaster. This isn't a poke at the board. I understand the situation and funding, but from pickup time of before 6 o'clock in the morning for the CGS students, 2.5 to 4 hour commute for some of those students, that's time that's needed for those kids that's in an academic program that's very challenging. So something has to give. Something has to change. There's potential options. I don't know what all has been looked at. I know you've had some of the conversations and discussions. This has to be an issue that's brought to the Board of Supervisors, whether it's emergency funds for charter transportation, bringing on a logistical expert to look at the routes and help figure out how to best utilize the assets that you have currently with the drivers that you have currently. Return to a split for the CGS, in particular, return to a split between homeschool and the CGS side. I know there were some concerns and issues with losing academic time, but the time that those kids are losing in transportation and route has to be considered as well. So which is worse, losing a little bit of an elective time during a school day to ease the burden on transportation, or continue to lose that valuable time that those kids need in the morning and the evening for study. The other option, long-term, maybe looking at a central site for CGS and all the specialty programs that would make transportation easier in the future. CGS, I did want to bring up transfer policies, CGS assignments changed 3 times in 3 years. There are kids who are not applying for this wonderful program because of the uncertainty. Transfer policy that's currently in place, we had requested last year when we got our site assignment, a transfer because North Stafford High School is further away time and distance, where Colonial Forge is closer. We'd requested a transfer. We were told once the season opened that we could apply. However, the transfer policy for general students does not apply to CGS. And looks like I'm out of time. I did want to say one thing, if you would indulge me for a few more seconds. The budgeting constraints are affecting everything. The budget that you're getting from the Board of Supervisors, I would tell you that the majority of the parents in this county have no idea the budget shortfall that you're facing. Community engagement and outreach to the parents through quarterly reports showing the actual funding shortfalls would open their eyes and help get the community engaged to put the pressure on the Board of Supervisors instead of coming in here and pointing at you when it's not your fault that you don't have the money. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Keith?
Findus.
Blenders? Oh, Findus, okay.
Good evening. I'm going to echo the previous 2 citizens. I'm a part of Hartwood District, don't represent any organization. 2 children in the school district, one at Gale and one at Colonial Forge for the CGS program as well, just like Julius. Homeschool is Mountain View. I'm going to start off by saying that there's no need to even blast the transportation issues that are going on right now. Everybody's well aware of it. I guess my question for the board is, what's being done about it? I mean, for 3 years in a row, it is an utter failure at the beginning of the school year every single year. This is by far the worst for us because of the CGS program. I left DC 30 minutes after my son got out of school today, and I caught the back of his bus with a 40-minute to go to get home today. That was the morning. They got rid of the transfer facility in the morning. It was supposed to improve the route. My son has to get the bus at 5:40 in the morning now instead of 6:03. Obviously, we went backwards on that. So it's a logistical failure, and to echo Julius, something has to be done. I've asked for what the corrective actions are, what the plans are, but it just seems to be not a priority maybe, and maybe there are other plans that you guys are talking about or discussing, but I was told today that, you know, a lot of the reasons behind it are just turnover for staffing, people not wanting to drive buses. Those are stuff that happens every single year, and you have to plan for it. We have to understand the size of our school district, the routes that you guys are gonna have, and the kids that have to get to school. But I asked for that. I'm asking for CGS participation and to discuss this potential failure into accommodating the satellite schools, the alternative schools. I think there's 5. I was told today that they would need like 20 or 25 bus drivers to accommodate that. And we're using activity buses, activity drivers now to facilitate the beginning of the school year, which activities are gonna begin. And that's where they're combining bus routes now, 2 and 3 bus routes together at a time. And that's why, you know, my child is a significant time to get back and forth to school. As Julia said, it's an academic program. He has 2 to 3 hours of homework a night, every single day. He's not even started his extracurricular activities yet, you know, which wrestling's coming up. That's 4 or 5 days a week, matches, practices, stuff like that. So I beg for somebody to look into this and address it. So hopefully next year, it's not the same again. 4 years in a row for us. We've been here 9, 10 years. But my kids, like I said, didn't affect us till middle school. So appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, everybody. My name is Shamgar Connors from Hartwood District. And you may remember me coming previously where I stated that I was a teacher, and I know that students sometimes aren't suspended because schools lose funding due to attendance issues. I mean, the amount of money schools get is based on how many kids attend and the hours they're attending. So I'm hoping that this school year, the principals will choose the safety of other students and staff over whatever monetary value they're promised for a higher attendance rate. No more students attacking teachers and then being put right back in the classroom the very next day, because I guess principals have the option to decide to send the kid home or let them come back to school. But today I'd like to talk to you about something on the Stafford County website when you go to register your student. My daughter started kindergarten this year, and this is what I saw. There's a form that says you have to give your child mandatory vaccines, otherwise they cannot attend school. But this is an infringement on parents' rights because you can submit a notarized form, and it looks like this. And you can just print it out online. And it says Commonwealth of Virginia Certificate of Religious Exemption. And you just put your name, birthday, student ID number, and it says the administration of immunization agents conflicts with the above named students' my religious tenets or practices, right? And on the, so the problem is you should inform the parents what their rights are. You can't just say, hey, you have to get all these vaccines, there's no other option for you. Because there's also the law, and I'll read it for you really fast. It's per VA Code 22.1-271.2 and VA Code 22.1-3. No certificate of immunization shall be required for the admission to school of any student if the student or his parents submits an affidavit to the admitting official stating the administration of immunization agents conflicts with the student's religious tenets or practices, or 2, the school has written certification from a licensed physician, licensed advanced practice nurse, or a local health department that one or more of the required immunizations may be detrimental to the student's health. Okay? So, if you all remember, it's manipulative at best and perhaps criminal at worst if you don't just let the parents know that they have this option. And you may remember I was kicked off the kidney transplant list because I refused the COVID vaccine. Well, it turns out I was right in refusing that. And a lot of these vaccines, you're seeing a lot of these, even students suffering from this. Turbo cancer's happening, or you got athletes falling dead, including high school athletes all over the country, myocarditis, and all sorts of issues that's going on with this. You know, and then you mandate some of these other vaccines like the hepatitis B vaccine, and that was proven in court that it can increase autism rates by 1,000%. We know pediatricians push all the vaccines, and I don't know if they're working with the schools to do this, but they get a $40,000 bonus if they have a certain threshold of vaccinated people in their practices. That's why they'll fire kids that don't get vaccinated. And so you can go to openbears.com and see a lot of these adverse events if you want. But I just want the school to fix the registration thing and let the parents know what their rights are. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Moving on to the action items for the evening. Item 9.01, approval of proposed CTE equipment expenditures using one-time state CTE funding.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on this item? Okay, Seeing none, please cast your votes. That motion passes 7-0. Item 9.02, adoption of the fiscal year '26 budget priorities.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there discussion on this item?
These were reworked. Ms. Healy had some objections and wanted them more focused on budgetary concerns. So I discussed it with her, and I hope these are to everyone's satisfaction. Thank you.
I think these look so much better. I thought that was a great idea, and this looks fantastic, so thank you.
Ms. Healy?
I just want to say I had comments, not objections. And the
I
overall,
apologize. Words matter.
well, they do to lawyers.
Well, it felt like an objection, though.
Thank you. But I do appreciate the changes you made. I just tried to make them more active and relate more to budget and financial rather than the general ideas.
Anyone else? Okay, please cast your votes. That motion passes 7-0. Item 9.03, award of a contract in the amount of $43,947,681 to Branch Builds for the construction of Elementary School 19. Is it? Yeah. We are. Using capital projects budgeted funds.
Oh, motion. To approve.
Second.
Any discussion on this? Is there anything we need to know about this, Mr. Fulmer?
No, nothing that you don't already know, but just pointing out that we did come well in under budget, and so kudos to our staff and the architects. So really three big projects in a row that have come significantly under budget, but our elementary schools even more so than our high schools. So setting us up for doing more projects, hopefully.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, please cast your vote. That motion passes 7-0. 9.04 is going to be approval of the superintendent profile as presented earlier this evening.
Motion to approve the superintendent profile presented by JG Consultants.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments, any changes? Okay, seeing none, please cast your votes. There we go. That motion also carries 7-0. That concludes our action items. Our next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report and comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had an exciting and energizing start to the school year. I do want to acknowledge the significant frustration that many of our families have experienced regarding transportation. As we reported and a couple of weeks ago in our transportation update, we've made some improvements, but we're still experiencing some delays, and we're working through that, especially in the afternoon, which is always more difficult than the morning arrivals. So we're working to ensure not just the delays, because we'll always have some delays, but we're always working towards improving the start of the school year and some of the routing issues that we had to ensure it doesn't happen again, but we do apologize for that rough start. Despite the issues with transportation, our school community is thriving. We're thrilled to have our students back, filling our classrooms and hallways with a drive to learn. It's been incredible to see students dive into their studies, connect with their peers, and engage in all the activities that make our school such a special place to grow. Huge thank you to our dedicated teachers and staff, whose enthusiasm and passion for education have truly set the tone for an outstanding first month. Our educators and staff have gone above and beyond to make transition back to school very smooth and successful. Our students continue to shine, and we're thrilled to showcase their talents here at Bandy for our 23rd Annual School Board Office Art Show. The creativity and dedication of these young artists are truly inspiring, and their work brings a vibrant sense of community to our district office. I look forward to hosting our talented artists at the annual invitation-only event. Also excited to celebrate the ongoing support from our Board of Supervisors as we look toward the groundbreaking ceremonies. We have Elementary School 18 later this month. That new facility will help alleviate overcrowding for our growing community. We look forward to watching it take shape in the coming months and closely following as the groundbreaking for Elementary School 19. More details on the official date for that to come later. And an exciting step towards sustainability, we also celebrate the ribbon cutting of our new solar array at North Stafford High School. That will be later this week. The initiation not only supports our goal of reducing our environmental footprint, but also provides hands-on learning experience and opportunities for our students interested in renewable energy and environmental science. As you know, we partnered with Madison Energy to create one of the largest, if not the largest, rooftop solar array in Virginia. Not only will this supply renewable energy and offset costs for the school division and county, our students will engage in curriculum that integrates real-time data from solar panels into energy and science lessons, providing invaluable insights into renewable energy and environmental stewardship. Our focus on family engagement remains a priority as we kick off this year's ESOL Family Nights. These events, aimed at supporting our English language learners, provide a space for learning, connection, and community building. The series starts Thursday at Annie Moncure, followed by next Wednesday, September 18th at Brook Point High School. And our final event will be Thursday, September 26th at Conway Elementary School. We hope to see many families join us, as well as the school board, as we continue to foster strong relationships with our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board member comments and any committee reports. Can I start with you, Ms. Randall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to thank our staff and our administration. They spent a lot of time this summer in different trainings to make sure things would run smooth in our schools, help themselves, support each other. And, I really appreciate that aspect of the work that they did. And I felt like it kind of got clouded with our transportation issues. I also would like to say about our transportation that I was glad that it was okay for some of our students, but we had our meeting last month, and when we discussed transportation, and we are asking for the whole transportation issue to be given to us in an independent review, and I'm hoping that we'll learn a lot from this that we can take away, make more improvements, as transportation is always a challenge for us, but also giving transportation the tools and support and training that they so desperately need and deserve. I appreciate this community for coming out to our first town hall on our high school redistricting. I'd like to thank Mr. White for his first 3 scenarios with a multitude of factors that he had to consider, and all the time explaining it with us, explaining it to the public, sitting down with all of us in small groups so that we can understand, learn, and ask questions. And he does have the coolest tools to just make things happen. And we really appreciate his talent and the work that he does. And to hear him get excited every time and say, "God, I love my job," is just so fun. He did a lot of times, yeah. So I would encourage the public to please come out to our remaining town halls, put your input in. You are heard. You can come to our meetings and discuss your concerns, suggestions, thoughts. Definitely you can put them into emails. We read everything, pay attention to everything. One of the things that was helpful to me was a comment made by a parent from North Stafford when she said, a full North Stafford is not like a full Forge or full Brook Point because of their narrowed hallways. So I appreciated that perspective. It really meant a lot to me. I do encourage people to attend these ESOL nights. I did attend 2 of them last year, one at Moncure, one at Rocky Run. I learned a lot about the services that we provide these families, but I also learned a lot of the concerns that some of our families have. You know, they're just as concerned parents as any of us, and they have an extra challenge of a language barrier or some other barrier that they don't want their kids to have. So I definitely encourage you to come out, to check it out. It's, even as a board member, it's a good thing to attend. I would also like to encourage you on October 3rd, I think that's a Thursday. We have no school that day. The Stafford Education Foundation is sponsoring a golf tournament that is, I think that's what they're called. Okay. And so you can go to Stafford Education Foundation's website if you would like to be a family of 4 or join up with a couple neighborhood people. Teachers are welcome to join us, administrators. You can, if you are like me and I play sports with my kids, they have to, even to play cornhole with me, you need to pad up like a football player and wear shin guards. I'm dangerous. So I would rather sponsor a team. So if you would also like to sponsor a team, the high school girls and boys teams, you can sponsor them to come play in the tournament as well. So, there's opportunities for sponsoring a lunch, sponsoring a hole, all kinds of opportunities and ways to get involved and help with this. Why? Because the money that we raise in this helps our teacher grants and our student scholarships. And that's the end for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Healy?
Thank you. I want to follow up with Ms. Randall's kudos to Mr. White. He is amazing and so pleasant throughout a somewhat potentially unpleasant experience redistricting. He does an amazing job of considering aspects and is certainly receptive to meeting with us and you know, drafting other scenarios for consideration. So if you have a high schooler or a rising high schooler or are interested in the new attendance zone, I would also encourage you to come to one or both of the remaining town halls that are scheduled for September 30th? We changed the date. October 3rd and October 30th, and that information is available on the website. Oh boy, transportation is such a difficult topic to talk about, and I encourage everyone to have faith that we will be working through this, but I also want to apologize. I want to apologize to our staff who have had, you know, additional burdens, particularly at the school level in dealing with the transportation issues, to our families who learned, as this board did, you know, the night before transition day, that we had a significant number of students that did not have transportation assigned to them. It's not like this was withheld intentionally. We learned about it, I think it was close to 9 o'clock that night, and they said the message was going out to the families, you know, in a few minutes. I echo Ms. Randall and several of my other colleagues about getting a report, just to find out, you know, where we dropped the ball and make sure that we're not going to have this happen again in the future. I know there's a number of elements that came together. It's almost like the worst possible scenario, but not identifying it in advance and being able to, you know, put that word out, to work with their families to try to come up with something, you know, that worked for them, for the kids and the schools, is just unacceptable. And I don't know how the families did it, but, you know, thank you for those who were able to get their children to school, who disrupted their families and their lives to make these other arrangements. And I am dismayed to hear that we still have significant problems 5 weeks later. So I would ask Mr. Fulmer if you could send us a report on that, because we were initially getting reports on what this, the situation and how it was reaching resolution. And I don't recall, and if I missed a memo, you can let me know, but I don't recall any recent notifications that there were still some, significant problems. So if there are, I believe that, I as a board member, and I imagine my colleagues would want to be advised of that, and more importantly, when we're going to have them resolved. Because we have students that miss school, what are we going to do about that? Certainly, yes, it's not going to be held against them, but how are we going to help them catch up to what they missed? We'll never be able to give them that first day of school back, which is, one of the best days of the year, the first day and the last day, right? I mean, they're the fun days to go back to school. But I apologize, and I mean, there's nothing that, I could have personally done about it, which there were, but there should have been notice, and there should have been some kind of identification and alternatives made available. But surely, 5 weeks later, we've got to have it under control. I mean, I'm not hearing that we haven't, so, this whole app situation and not working, and believe it or not, the reason we went to the new system was because it was supposed to be better for parents. That was part of the rationale. The parents would be able to track the buses and know more, where the kids are. And for, at least initially, my understanding was this had nothing to do with not having enough bus drivers. I mean, we can always use more bus drivers, but the initial reports that I saw were, this is a I don't know, app issue or routing, and it is, I haven't seen the details, but it's not because we didn't have the bus drivers to begin the year. That's not to say we're not recruiting. Anybody interested, we'll even help you get a CDL license. We're always looking for more bus drivers, but this was a system issue. And I do want to commend our transportation. After this was identified, for all the effort and the extra resources that went in, there were other people from all over, the school system that went in to help with transportation, and they did everything they could. So it's just it's a terrible situation, but we as a board and the community are going to want to get some answers about, how we got to that situation, and how we're not going to be there in the future. But I do want to pursue. I know you're looking into it, but Mr. Fulmer, but I do want to pursue having a third party come in from the outside that has nothing to do with the school system, that can give us an independent review. So I don't know what to say. I hope that this is, not for your sake, but I hope that this is an isolated case where we are still having these ongoing problems. And I would ask, if there are members of the community that are having problems, then let us know, because we can't, we don't know. At least I had a lot at first, and it sort of trickled down. But if they're still ongoing, Mr. Fulmer is the acting superintendent, and he's also, in charge of transportation, so he'll be able to get some answers, hopefully. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Halsted?
So I'm going to talk about just a couple of things tonight, but I think the biggest thing for me, and I'll talk about transportation first. I mean, there's only so many times you can say I'm sorry before it's just, I'm sorry, right? Like, I mean, what good does that do anybody at this point? So we can continue to apologize, but then I think we have to all, as a community, come together and have a really hard conversation. So to the gentleman that spoke up here and said, more drivers, more buses, unfortunately in Stafford County, the answer is less. We're going to have to do less. At some point, someone has to stand up and say, we don't have the capacity, or we don't have the capability to handle the capacity that we've been burdened with. And we went to be a school system, we want to be a school system that can help everybody and do everything for everybody, but we don't have it. And so the reason why we're in this boat is because we overpromised on something that we couldn't deliver. And that, in and out of itself, that's on us. That's on all of us for not just being honest. I don't know how long ago, but we can't continue to pretend. I can't make bus drivers appear. I can't make people not call out from work. I can't make the roads not be what they are in Stafford County. I can't make every day that I get a Stafford Sheriff's Department alert that there's another overturned truck or a car doing something. I can't make other roadways appear to make this. So yes, we have to get our kids out on the road as soon as possible before. It is literally like, I mean, you want to talk hamster in a wheel. We're just running and running and running and running, and we're promising and promising and promising because we feel like that's the right thing to do. That's the good thing to do. And then we stand around and we've got angry, legitimately angry, frustrated, and tired parents because we overpromised on something that we couldn't deliver. And we knew we couldn't deliver it because we knew we didn't have the capability to handle it. We hoped that we could do it. Our thoughts were all in the right place. And then we found ourselves in a position where this app didn't work. Our parents are relying so heavily on the app continually, time and again, with its limitations. And there is literally no way to fix that without having the hard discussions of we have to go back and start over again. And we have to go back to a time where A plus B equal, I'm using math, A plus B equals C, and not if I factor in Z, which might be a consideration. This is what we do all day long. And then when we face the parents, we face them with this blank look on our blank stare on our face. And everybody's angry, nobody's happy. Instead of having hard discussions like, we've got to talk about walking back, expanding the walk and drive zones. Couple years, maybe we relook at that situation and we see what it is. But until parents can really understand and pay attention and focus, like to Ms. Guy's point earlier, you've got to advocate 365 days a year, not just 2 weeks before the budget's about to pass. This board talks about budgets months in advance. We're talking about what we need and what's going to support this system. And then we sit up here and we try and double back down or cut things out or look again and say, ooh, we don't want to ask for that because that might be too much. And then no one wants to have the honest conversation about why we're in the boat that we are in. We can talk growth all day long. We can talk unsustainable residential developments that impact our kids and their ability to have a quality education within our school systems, on-time arrivals. But then I've also got to worry about my bus drivers who are on that road with this app wondering what parent is getting upset because their kid isn't on time with what the app says. We don't have people that can, so if you can just for a minute, yes, I'm saying it that way on purpose, so you understand how frenetic it is for everybody, not just the parent, but the driver trying to get to the stop on time, making sure, what if I update the app? But if I update the app and the app didn't update itself, I don't know what's happening. What if I got to take the kid back to the school? Like, I think we all need to have a little bit of a breath point here to recognize that we've got some serious holes in our system that need fixing. Those are budget concerns all the way. But also, I could have the biggest budget on earth. That doesn't mean I can hire all the bus drivers in the world that I need. That doesn't mean that I can fix all of the roads that I need to fix or help people get in and out of our schools faster and better and easier. So that's sort of the bad side of the coin. I think those discussions have to be had. I think the critical infrastructure presentation tonight was glaringly obvious what we're lacking and where we're missing. And that's truly a lack of advocacy across the board, but a willingness to just humble ourselves and say we can't do this. We have to find a way to do this so that we can accommodate our parents and our families where we can, our families that need us. We've got our special needs kids that we are federally required to provide transportation for. And we failed on that because we couldn't just take a step back and admit that we're in over our heads right now. Now, does that mean there's not hope on the horizon? I don't think so. I think to transportation's credit, every time I have gotten an email and submitted an email on behalf of a parent, I don't know if it was always the answer you wanted to hear, but they've never not responded back. So that's why we're all here. When parents are frustrated and you can't get an answer and you don't know where to go, that's where we come in. Send us an email and we will make the call for you and we will try and fix the issue. Can we do it for 3,000 people? Probably not. But at the end of the day, if it's something that's directly impacting you and your lives, that's what we're supposed to be doing up here, which is helping you with that. Hopefully, in a smaller little scoop of things, it helps our transportation folks, it gives our drivers a little bit of a breathing space. But at the end of the day, until we really do start having these hardcore discussions, I don't know that we improve. I think the independent third-party study will help us, but I also don't think that study is gonna tell us anything we don't know, and I don't think it's gonna make resources appear out of the blue. So those are discussions that we need to start having as communities to try and figure out, absent an immediate solution, how can we provide one, and what is our long-term strategy here going forward? Because I don't think anybody wants to do a fourth year of this at all, ever again. The only other thing I want to say goes towards some things that have been happening in our school. I don't think we should sit on a school board and not acknowledge what happened in Georgia recently at the school. I think that's probably an everyday fear of a lot of parents and a lot of people. What happens from when something like that happens and we don't talk to our kids about what that means, we start to see an uptick in threats on social media against our schools. Because kids don't get it. They don't understand the magnitude of their words and the impact of what they're saying. And so it causes a lot of resources to be rushed to a particular situation. And so I ask when something like that happens, if you have a child that is within that understanding age range or whatever, please speak to them about the severity of what has happened and what it means to the school system to get a threat like that. Look, thank God most of our threats are like, okay, we're good. But do you know what it does to the other kids that are in the school that know that threat came and then the parents are getting it? Like, it's got to stop somewhere. So we have to start talking to our kids about the actual implications of their social media use, what it means to post a threat against a school, and how that impacts so many other people in a long line. And the last thing I'll say is redistricting is ugly. So if you thought transportation was bad, maybe redistricting will make it look good. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. But redistricting is also an emotionally evocative time for everyone, probably with the exception of the high school 6 kids and stuff like that who are gonna finally not have to travel all the way across county. So it really is so important that you come to these meetings, or if you have a suggestion, if you see something we don't see, let us know. I sat with Ms. Randall, with Lionel, and yeah, it was like, okay, well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, what about this? Well, these people are here. Well, look at this roadway here. Well, this infrastructure is here. So it's a lot. Come to the meetings and have your voices heard, but come for everything. Be for everything.
Dr. Warner?
Figured you were going to go to Dr. Chase first. I'm shocked here. Well, first of all,
Keeping on
I
your
want
toes.
to congratulate Mr. Vita Moncure from Moncure Elementary School and Ms. Hupman from Widewater Elementary School. I know how hard our arts teacher work. It's one of my favorite things when I was in school, and it made going to school worth it. So I do appreciate all the effort that all of our art teachers put into providing our students with those opportunities. I also wanted to talk about transportation. I know it's been a grueling start to the school year for everybody, but I do want to thank our transportation team for all the efforts they've gone through to get all of our students on the routes. And I want to acknowledge that we have too many programs. We have kids still traveling in the middle of the day. We added the specialty centers. We have a bell schedule that's not optimal for all these additional constraints, and it's going to take us a while to sort it out. The other problem is that Stafford County has a transportation problem. There aren't a lot of alternate routes, so our buses get stuck in traffic, and you can sit there for 30 minutes and be within sight of the light and not move a foot, and it can drive you absolutely crazy. And our bus drivers do that multiple times a day, and for that I applaud them. And they're doing it with a bus full of kids who are not always the most well-behaved on the bus. That's what I'm told. I don't know. But it is back to school, and our kids are back in school, and it's so good to have our kids back in school. And I just want to thank everybody, and I just want to ask you to please give the teachers and the principals and the bus drivers grace as we sort through these issues. High School 6 redistricting, once we get High School 6 open, that will help with some of our transportation problems. We will be filling a hole that's in the southwest corner of the county, and it will help. It will tighten up the attendance zones, hopefully for all the high schools in our county. But we have to be patient, realize that not everybody may get exactly what they want, but we will do the best we can to make sure that all the kids are getting what they need. Committees. I'm going to do another plug for committees. Almost all of us have had people drop off of committees. My Facebook page has the link for filling out an application. Ms. Guy's Facebook page also does. The school website has the link for that. It's never too late, and there are opportunities if we have a committee for transportation, so if you're concerned about transportation, that might be a really good committee for you to join. We have committees on gifted. I know that special education, CTE, CIP, budget, there are all sorts of ways that parents can have their input and help us reach some decisions and make recommendations. And many times, even tonight, we were having good discussions about some of the recommendations that came from the gifted committee, because we want to provide your kids with the best education we can. I think that's all I have on that. Do you want me to give the? Sure. Oh, okay, and for the FABC met on the 3rd of September. We talked about the meal debt, which now will appear in the bulletin monthly, so you will get an update. Instead of bringing it to the FAB, everybody should see that information directly. We reviewed the construction for elementary school 19 and 18 and high school 6, and we are on time and under budget, which is a good thing. So we have a lot of construction projects going on, so we are working to solve some of these capacity issues we've had. We are going to be sending a revision for a policy on grants to governance, because there's the timing schedule doesn't always work, and we have to make those approvals, and sometimes the turnaround time, once the grant is awarded, so that's coming to you. And with that, we did receive a grant for the Afghan refugees, which we're looking forward to using. So let's see, the regional alternative school. Many didn't realize that is a regional school. You'll be getting an update on that in the bulletin. We looked at bus attendant pay. One of the problems we have is staffing. So I think in the next budget cycle, we're going to be reviewing some of the support staff pay scales and see if there's any way we can help. But the other problem is we simply don't have enough bus drivers. So if you've ever thought about driving a bus, please come in and sign up. I know the bucks aren't big, but the schedule's probably great. Transportation also we haven't received all the buses that we've ordered yet, so we're still waiting for some of the buses to come in. That will help take some of the pressure off. Let's see. Next month, we will be talking about the Literacy Act and trying to help our elementary school teachers fulfill those hours that they need in curriculum, and Drew Middle School's design. So we've got a lot going on. Thank you.
Dr. Chase?
I could read my hand.
There we go. Hello. I had an opportunity to visit Falmouth, and I met with Mary Foreman, who was sort of the temporary principal. I'm thrilled to meet the new principal, but I do want to extend a big thanks to Mrs. Foreman for her sort of pinch hitting during the beginning of the school year. I also want to give kudos to Dr. Rice for a great rollout of the cell phone policy. That was a new thing, and most of what I've been hearing has been really positive, and I've appreciated the reports from her letting us know how many violations there have been each week, and now I know we'll be getting them monthly, and I know that we have to stay on top of it, but I really thank her leadership. I also thank the principals and the staff who I know have been having to work really hard on that, so it's much appreciated. I did want to say about high school redistricting, I hope this doesn't happen, but if there are any parents out there, you may not think that you're going to get moved, and then suddenly we have a plan that appears at the very last minute that has some small group of people who get moved who had no idea that that was even a possibility for them. And I hope we don't do that, because I think it's a horrible thing to do, to not allow people time to understand and to advocate for themselves. But you need to stay on top of it, even if you think you're not getting moved. And then the last thing, I wanted to echo Ms. Halstead's remarks about the events in Georgia. And I also just a plea to parents in our community who are gun owners. You have a responsibility to make sure that your guns are not accessible to your children. And we've been very, very fortunate that on the few occasions that guns have appeared in our schools, that they have been reported. But they are typically the result of a parent not having properly taken care of their gun and stored it safely away from their children. And so I would just say to parents out there, we need your help, and we need you to be responsible gun owners if you own a gun. And if you're a parent who doesn't own a gun, you could help make other parents aware of this need by, if you have a play date, ask if they have a gun in their house and if it's properly stored, so that they're aware of the need to do this. So that's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Ms. Guy?
Thank you. I just want to echo what you just said about responsible gun ownership. I am a very responsible gun owner and proud to be one, but I do protect my children and other people in my community that I love by being responsible, educating my children on, what to do, what not to do, but I also maintain my children's mental health, and that's very, very important. So that's one thing I just want to put out there. Everyone is upset about what happened in Georgia, but it happened in Maryland too. And we're not talking about that either, and it's not necessarily on the news as much, I guess, because there wasn't enough carnage, which is very unfortunate. Transportation. Everyone has said everything. One of the things I think that parents would appreciate is if we let them know when the third party is going to be contacted and then contracted, and then when is that going to be concluded? Because I've heard about it for 2 meetings, but I don't know. Am I gonna wait 6 meetings? What is the time frame? Because at the end of the day, parents just want answers too, right? And it's incredibly frustrating to just wait, especially when we're still finding out that there's still issues that are ongoing. So if we could get some dates and allow people to at least have that to look forward to. I will say to the parents who like a gentleman, I can't remember his name, but made a very good, point for a parent, which was, hey, it's not even on your agenda. What we did, if you go on our YouTube page, or if you were to email me, guymai@staffordschools.net, I think that's my email address, I will happily send you the link. But at our work session last month, I believe it was, we did have a full transportation update, which did have some, you can't hear me?
No, I listened, I read the transcript from your last.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say, it had some answers. It didn't tell you everything, but Mr. Fulmer did do a good job of saying some of the issues that we had, and I think it's always good to speak truth to power, and when we mess up, we have to say it, and he did. So that's the only thing I'll just say about transportation, but also continue to send us emails. We don't know about certain things. Like we heard the hubs were being corrected and whatever, but unless you come and you tell us what you guys told us, we just hear the hubs, things are being corrected. We don't know. For the most part, because we're a policy body, and most of what we do is policy writing, and we can't policy transportation necessarily, so that's why we're not down in the weeds about it. That's why we don't know a lot. I forgot what else I was gonna say because I got upset about the guns. So I'm just gonna say I love everybody. I pray for us all the time, and I want our children to thrive. I want our parents to thrive. I want our staff to thrive, and I really hope we can figure this out when I say this out, that means transportation, keeping everybody safe, and the ridiculousness of funding. And that's it. I hope everyone gets home safely.
Thank you. I just wanted to, what else is there to say? As my colleagues up here have said, I just want to point out that much like cleaning up any other mess we have, we start with the biggest pieces, and then we have all the fine detail work that needs to be done. And I think that's the phase of the cleanup we are in. For the people who are one-offs in our smaller populations that are being still tweaked and fine-tuned, they are our pain points. And our unique transportation situations, they are still our pain points. And the routes that are still needing to be filled, now that they've been routed and kids have been assigned to the route, to make sure that they have the right staffing for the route that has been created and filled and assigned. These are the details we are continuing to work on. So, as my colleague just said, please let us know where those pain points are. In my own district, there was a very unique situation that was probably only existing in my own district that probably never would have been discovered had we not heard from a parent to tell us, like, this just seems weird. Will you look into it for us? And we are happy to do that. With everything, thank you everyone for showing up. For our drivers in particular, for showing up, and then showing up again and picking up those extra routes to make sure all of our kids get where they need to go safely and with someone who's happy to see them, and usually the first and last smile they see before getting home to their families. Thank you to our teachers and our administrators and our custodial staff for putting in the extra hours waiting for those buses, and for the back-to-school nights and all the emails. And thank you to the families for sticking in there, either at the bus stops or in the car rider lines, or for filling out those sign-up geniuses to make sure the teachers have what they need and the PTOs have what they need to make sure our kids and our buildings are set up for success in this year moving forward. I do hope that everyone will take the opportunity to get involved in our community, whether it is through our advisory committees or through any of the sports or music or arts boosters, or through your PTOs and PTAs. There are a myriad of opportunities for families to get involved with whatever time or resources that you have. You don't have to be available necessarily during the day or even in the evenings or even in person. There are opportunities, regardless of your schedule, your ability, or your abilities or your level of availability to support your school community, and we are happy to help you find a way to plug in if that's something you're interested in doing. I'm just so grateful that we are back in school and that we are looking forward to a great year. I did go to the first redistricting meeting, and am always so grateful that Lionel is on our team with some great starting off points for conversation. I am eager to hear feedback from my colleagues as we have our follow-up meetings with our constituents and with Mr. White directly. But also, I need to hear from the constituents on what they think and how things are going to impact their homes and their neighborhoods at high school, but at elementary school too, because we will move directly into elementary school redistricting after a brief breather after our high school redistricting. And I do think having these additional schools open will help mitigate some of our transportation struggles, because so many of them are due to having to travel long distances for kids to get to where they need to go for school. With that, I just wanted to double check with my colleagues. Does anyone else have a committee report that they failed to give but they would like to? Ms. Randall.
Thank you. Two things. First, in governance, we are reviewing policies, and I'd like for you to look at them. Some of them are going away. Others have been rewritten because they talked about, like, video, VCR type thing. You know, we don't do that. Tape recording. But a lot of these are from like 2008 and 2013, and there's a really good reason why they haven't been updated, and I'm not going to share, but we are updating. Second is ATI UMW is having their ribbon cutting next week, and you all are invited to attend. I went by and visited there this week. It's just really nice to see kids in school there. Like, to have been in such a planning thing of, it just felt sort of pretend. and then you go there and you see kids and it's not pretend, it's real. So that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Upcoming board meeting, September 24th, we have a school board work session at 5 PM, followed by a school board budget roundtable with the representatives from our PTOs and PTAs, and the Head Start Policy Council, which will start at 6. On October 8th, the school board will have a work session at 5 PM, followed by the school board business meeting at 7 PM. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.